Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB Group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESREC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESREC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESREC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESREC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESREC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, CESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. CESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. CESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. CESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, CESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, CESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and CESRIC as facilitator. CESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future. A future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals,
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Welcome to today's first session of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. It's Rümeysa Bilgin from IZU. I will moderate this session. The session's theme is Sustainable Development Goal and the Role of Islamic Finance. Here we will have 6 panelists who will discuss the various aspects of sustainable development goals from the Islamic finance perspective. And each presenter will have 15 minutes, and we are planning to answer all the audience questions at the end of the session. And the first presentation is titled as Blockchain-Based Cash Bucks Towards the Future of Vakf. Deden Mustafa Lovely Matria Esya, Babang Soedaryono from the Faculty of Economics and Business, Trisakti University, Indonesia, will present this, actually the writers of this presentation. And I think Mr. Moyet is here. Are you here, Mr. Moyet? I think, yes. And then if you are here.
Hello.
Okay. If you are here, the floor is yours. Please continue with your presentation. You can share your slides. Is there a problem? I think.
Okay. I'm sorry. This.
Okay, no problem.
Bad network.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli yafqahu alim. Thank you, Ms. Moderator. The distinguished today I will explain the mobilization of cash wakaf using technology, specifically by using smart contract. In fact, this paper is basically a purpose for financial authorities in Indonesia, such as Bank Indonesia and financial service authorities. However, this proposal is very likely practiced in other countries. Now, let's get started. Hello. I can move my PowerPoint. Sorry.
Yes. You are not moving it right now. We are still seeing the first page, but maybe you can try and we can check it. Maybe you can share it once more.
Yes. I think this problem.
Okay.
Sorry. I can try the other.
It's better this way. Now we are seeing your screen.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Actually, Indonesia is the country with the largest Muslim population in the world. According to the projection carried out by the Indonesian Central Statistics Agency, in 2020, Indonesian population is more than 200 million in 2020. It's a huge population in Indonesia. And the Muslim population amounted around 97%. So this huge presentation about the Muslim population. Then in Indonesia, wakaf has been known and implemented by Muslim since Islam entered Indonesia. But at the beginning of its development, wakaf was limited to religious activities such as construction of mosque, madrasah, and so on. According to the data from the Indonesian Ministry of Religion, until June 2020, wakaf land area in Indonesia reached more than 500 million meters square. This is spread out over the 300,000, more than 300,000 locations throughout Indonesia. Moreover, in 2017, based on the calculation of the Indonesian Wakaf Agency, the potential for cash wakaf in Indonesia reaches more than 180 trillion rupiah, is same 12 more than 12 billion US dollar. As we know, wakaf is one of the most important provision of the Islamic social finance system, and it's considered a fundamental principle of the Islamic economic system, which has an impact on the social and economic dimension. On the other hand, blockchain can be one of the factors that cause people to do wakaf, especially cash wakaf. Why? This is because blockchain can be applied to many different business aspects, such as financial transaction, business, Internet of Things, network, government system, military, and so on. Reported by the UN in 2017, the blockchain is included in the future of 10 new technology. Now we move on to the literature review. What is the blockchain? Actually, it's a simple blockchain is a digital information recording method capable of recording data using a logbook book method. Blockchain technology is also a distributed ledger technology. It is a distributed ledger where participants in a blockchain peer-to-peer network, rather than a central administrator generate blocks. Blockchain implementation can be either public or private. In the public implementation, anyone can participate and the network is open to everyone. Usually has some incentive to encourage participants to join the blockchain. An example of the most well-known public blockchain is Bitcoin. While in the private blockchain, all participants are known. Participants in the private blockchain require an invitation, and typically, private blockchain exists on the licensed network for further limit participation in the network. That is at least 4 advantages to using blockchain technology: reliability, trust, security, and efficiency. Blockchain is usually used to store, record, asset transaction, signature, certificates, and smart contract. I will explain simple about the smart contract. In general, a smart contract is a computer protocol or program that allow an automated execution of a contract. A smart contract is a contract that is placed in a block of the blockchain. Smart contracts are the same as any other contract, and only smart contract can be executed by blockchain itself. This smart contract. Smart contracts are expected to simplify physical and visual transaction and reduce transaction costs in the form of existing transaction based on physical exchange. Now, what is the wakaf, or what is the cash wakaf? Wakaf is most similar to the English word endowment, but it's not same anymore, or literally means stop in Arabic, and was recognized as one of the voluntary charitable acts in Islamic law, and was recommended by the Prophet Muhammad. Wakaf may be defined as holding a mal, an asset, and preventing its consumption to rapidly exert its right to use in order to represent the goal of justice of our philanthropy. There is many kind of wakaf. One of them is cash wakaf. Cash wakaf is the amount provided by the founder, maybe individual, company, institution, private or public organization, and the commitment to permanently use the social welfare services. One of the public cash wakaf, the kind of public cash wakaf is the cooperative cash wakaf scheme. Now I will show you the cooperative cash wakaf scheme. In this wakaf scheme, the purpose of scheme is to provide needs of for each region. Each region as a trustee to manage their own cash wakaf and provide services needed in their area, such as the establishment of religious school, healthcare, and many economic development projects. Now, if we see in the figure, as the founder of cash wakaf, one citizen provide funding for the different projects required in different regions. The design area act as the trustee of the wakaf fund collected by the management and investment. And then finally, the investment income is used to develop project in the region. The wakaf cooperative model. Now, in the result, when we are going to make cash wakaf, we must go to the bank or the other institution as Nadir cash wakaf and interact with the program cash wakaf rule and so on. The bank will review or provide information related to this matter. This step may take time, making people too lazy to make cash wakaf. The time consuming step in this process is the interaction between people. When someone pays in cash, the employee will perform the process, and there may not be employee who check and record the cash wakaf contract. After checking and recording contract, the employee send it to another part and so on until it's complete. Repeat this step for its section. This wastes a lot of time and resources. It's easier to check smart contract record. Smart contract record can check record faster than employees and keep the cash wakaf book distribute throughout the company. If we incorporate this step into a smart contract, we can go to another bank or Nadir to confirm ourselves and complete the cash conversion with the within 5 minutes. Now, the problem of cash wakaf mobilization, which has been one of the obstacles in optimizing cash wakaf management, can be solved through a smart contract. The reason is that the smart contract is more effective, efficient, and transparent for the parties who carry out the contract. Now, this important point. The blockchain-based cash wakaf mobilization model, as I write in this paper, uses smart contract, is basically almost the same as the cooperative wakaf scheme, as I explained before. But the fundamental difference is whether there is a third party at the time of signing the contract. In the cooperative wakaf program, the regional leader function is to act as a nazir or a trustee, and wakif is responsible for managing or investing in cash wakaf. This a fundamental difference between cooperative wakaf scam and blockchain-based cash wakaf mobilization. Now, if we in the figure, smart contract in cash wakaf, one, wakaf contract can be converted into a logarithm. A smart contract is created between two users and create a logarithm or code. Second, the logarithm or code can be inserted into blockchain platform in the form of smart contract. This term in contract are written as code. Yeah. Third, the execution of smart contract is automatically executed. Fourth, the smart contract can avoid using the wakaf provider so that it protect and obey the wakaf contract. Now, the smart contract automatically enforce the contractual obligation when fulfilling the agreement. They can be executed without human intervention, saving time and effort. In the above transaction example, in the figure, a lot of time and effort is set to smart contract. This is different from the conventional contract as we use. Now I have a conclusion. One, from the above explanation, we can see that the blockchain technology can be used by various institutions, including commercial or socially oriented financial institutions such as wakaf. Through an intelligent contract of blockchain of technology, the contract process between wakif, the person who is wakaf, and nadir, the party who manages wakaf, can be completed more quickly. To make easier for everyone who is willing to be a wakaf, it also gives the community more confidence, especially for people who are investing in wakaf. This is my presentation. Maybe I will close my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your voice, doctor, I can't hear.
I'm sorry. I thank you for this interesting presentation. I think the audience also benefited from this, just like myself. And I also thank you for this well management of time. Thank you again. And now our second presentation is about our second paper is titled as Harnessing Energy for National Vision 2035, Negara Brunei Darussalam's Path Towards Sustainable Development. Radha Ramli from Academy of Contemporary Islamic Studies, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, will present this. And the joint writer of this paper is also Mohammed Shukri Salli, Center for Islamic Development Management Studies, University Sains, Malaysia. Ms. Ramli, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear my voice?
Oh, yes, we can hear your voice, and you can start your presentation, please.
All right, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Alhamdulillah. Thank you to Dr. Chairperson, Dr. Rumaisa, all presenters, distinguished guests, distinguished audience, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Rauda Ramli from UITM Shah Alam. Inshallah, today my co-author, Professor Dr. Muhammad Shukri Saleh, also here. He is from University Science Malaysia, Center for Islamic Development Management Studies, USM. So today we are going to present our paper entitled Harnessing Energy for National Vision 2035, Negara Brunei Darussalam Path Towards Sustainable Development. So Our agenda for presentation today, we would like to start with the introduction, what are the aspiration, national philosophy and development vision for Negara Brunei Darussalam, the research methods in achieving the objective of this paper, and we go to the results and discussion, and last but not least, we go for the conclusion. So, as an introduction, Negara Brunei Darussalam is a small sultanate country with magnitude size of 5,765 kilometers per square and small population of 459,500 in 2019. And the people of Negara Brunei Darussalam have a strong respect to Islam, which a religion to the Malay ethnic majority, and enjoy a level of political stability. Negara Brunei Darussalam also has the highest standard of living in Asian countries, which Negara Brunei Darussalam ranked in the second after Singapore and fourth among OIC countries after UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and ranked in 43rd out of 189 countries in the world in terms of Human Development Index in 2019. So additionally, Negara Brunei Darussalam also reported as the third richest country among OIC members, surpassing Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia based on the GDP per capita according to CISRIC 2019. Now, what are the issue of Brunei is Negara Brunei Darussalam is highly dependent on the oil and gas sector, and it is considered as one of the oil exporting countries that have gone through the development process since 1929. Okay, now let's move to the graph. We can see the economy of Negara Brunei Darussalam is broadly divided into oil and gas and non-oil and gas. So if we look at the oil and gas sector, it produces the crude oil, natural gas related to petrochemical products, while non-oil sector can be further divided into government and the private sector. So if you look at the oil and gas production, it's a focal component of the mining sector in Negara Brunei Darussalam, which contribute about 5,966 million to GDP in 1955 and continues to grow up to 10,728 in 2018. Oil and gas in Negara Brunei Darussalam also as government and private sectors play the important role in driving the economy of Negara Brunei Darussalam to allow a more conducive and sustainable economic environment in Negara Brunei Darussalam. Now, if you look at this chart, if you look at this graph, we can see the oil export and oil production in Negara Brunei Darussalam from 1991 to 2018. Brunei oil export is peaked in 2006 with 207.6 thousand per barrels from 161.5 thousand barrels and dropped again to 151.7 thousand barrels in 2009. So this scenario is actually occurred again in 2018 when the total oil export falls to 100.9 thousand barrels per day. So at the same time, if you look at this graph, the average production of oil in Negara Brunei Darussalam also slightly decreased from 2006 to 2018, and 2018 the average oil production dropped sharply to 111.5 thousand barrels per day. Now, based on the graph of oil production and oil reserve in Negara Brunei Darussalam, what strong effect to the Brunei economy is about the fluctuation of the global oil prices. What happened to the fluctuation of the global oil prices is because of the issue in the shift in demand and supply, and it will have the significant impact on the energy prices predominantly at oil prices, and it will affect to the economy of Negara Brunei Darussalam. So based on this issue and based on this graph, we can see that the fluctuation in global oil prices is expected to continue hurting the government earnings from its main sources of income Negara Brunei Darussalam. So you can see now, this one is the fluctuation of the oil prices will affect the economy of Brunei. We can see from this bar chart on our left side, another issue concern, this one is the fluctuation of oil prices will affect also the total government revenue If you look at this bar chart, the total revenue of Negara Brunei Darussalam faced the deficit since 2016 until 2018. So based on this graph, based on the fluctuation of the oil prices, it will also affect to the issue of youth unemployment, which increased to 29.3% according to the Statistical Economic and Social Research Training Center in 2019. Now, before we go further about the results and the findings of Negara Brunei Darussalam, we go and we try to understand what are the aspirations of Negara Brunei Darussalam, what are the national philosophy, and what are the development vision in Negara Brunei Darussalam. So basically, in Negara Brunei Darussalam, the philosophy of Negara Brunei Darussalam is Malay Islamic monarchy, or in bahasa we call Melayu Islam Beraja. So the proclamation of MIB is official philosophy of Negara Brunei Darussalam, and it was announced by His Majesty in January 1, 1984, which MIB was officially included in the State of Brunei Constitution and to uphold the Islam. And we can see the chapter 4 to recognize the Malay identity, and the chapter 82 to abide the monarchy role of the Constitution. So besides, we have philosophy of Melayu Islam Beraja. In Negara Brunei Darussalam also uphold the ZK Nation. What is ZK Nation is actually the endeavor from Negara Brunei Darussalam to strengthen the position of Islam within the state and become a ZK Nation. What is this ZK Nation? Is a nation that remember to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala in all matters, whether in Islamic governance, in social economics, education, health, defense, culture, lifestyle, and every of this matter is based on the teaching of Al-Quran and Hadith. So besides MIB and ZK Nation, the development vision of Negara Brunei Darussalam is Brunei Vision 2035, or which so called as Wawasan Brunei 2035. So the three focal targets of Brunei Vision 2035 are recognition on the world stage for the accomplishment in highly skilled and educated people to enjoy the high quality of life and sustainable economy with the income per capita among the top 10 countries in the world. Right? So that one is aspiration of the Negara Brunei Darussalam. Now we go to the results and the discussion. If you look at the economy of Negara Brunei Darussalam, the major discussion on economic diversification in Negara Brunei Darussalam has been discussed since the second and third National Development Plan. And the economic diversification would be continued to the 10 NDP policy objective. And the Brunei government and private bodies will develop and implemented an integrated and well-coordinated national strategy. Now, based on these issues, the Brunei Long-Term Development Plan outlined 6 strides, the 8 strategies, and 50 policies in order to achieve the Brunei Vision 2035. Now, it's actually, there are a lot of strategy in order to achieve the sustainable development in Negara Brunei Darussalam. But in this paper, we highlight only 3 strategies. The first one is knowledge and innovation. What is knowledge and innovation? Is a form of basis continuous productivity improvement in national development and economic growth. So the first strategy in knowledge and innovation is to help and move a well-educated, knowledgeable and highly skilled human resource that will facilitate the country's effort to attract the foreign investor, especially to develop high technology industry. So the first strategy is basically related with foreign direct investment. So the second strategy also outlined the trust about the knowledge-based infrastructure, facilities, research and development of the commercial value, high technology, private investment, entrepreneurial development, investment and export in the oil and gas sector. So another issue concerned by His Majesty about the knowledge and innovation is about the 4th Industrial Revolution, RI 4.0, that requires the citizen to improve their existing skills and gain lifelong learning and increase the opportunities and productivity despite able to adapt with the digital technology. So this one is the first strategy that we propose, knowledge and innovation. Now we move to the Second strategy is about employment and business, where the Brunei government aims to create new employment, since we see the issues of the unemployment rate is very high, 29.3%, just now as I presented. Then Brunei government aims to create new employment for young people and expand their business opportunities within Brunei Darussalam through the promotion of the domestic and foreign investment. At the same time, in employment and business also, they are focusing on the upstream and downstream industry, as well as economic clusters beyond the oil and gas industry for the benefit of Bruneians for future generation. So the second strategy in employment and business also, government of Brunei started several programs to develop better education and vocational training, such as iReady apprenticeship. And the objective of this program is to support the youth and foster their skills and prepare for their future employment. Now we go to the third strategies. We highlight about the foreign direct investment, which the economic strategies is to ensure the macroeconomic stability by investing the necessary infrastructure to attract the FDI in export and non-oil and gas industry. At the same time, to uplifting the projects that have value for the money, including the privatization of the government services. So if we look at this bar chart, we can see that the Hong Kong is recorded as the highest FDI, about 902.4 million Brunei dollar in 2018. And then we can see that from this bar chart as well, the manufacturing recorded the highest FDI among the other economic activities, and it rose about 945.6 million in 2018. However, mining and quarrying activities it decreased to 374.2 million in 2018 from 709.1 million in 2012. This is because of the issues of the fluctuation of oil prices that will affect to the economy of Brunei. So based on this foreign direct investment, according to the Minister of Economics, the urea plant and the ammonia from Brunei fertilizer industries in Berhad is another major of FDI and expected to provide positive contribution to the Brunei Darussalam economy in future for their FDI. Now, the third strategy for Negara Brunei Darussalam is, if we look at the energy white paper, the energy white paper, they have proposed three objectives. Number one is to strengthen the downstream and upstream activities of oil and gas sector. It's related also about the export, import of the oil and gas. And number two, the objective of energy white paper to ensuring safe and efficient supply and use of the energy. And the third is about the maximizing the economy of energy industry by increasing local content and secure higher participation of the local workforce. So based on the three objectives, inshallah, it will help and assist Negara Brunei Darussalam to achieve their sustainable development and Brunei Vision 2035. And based on the energy white paper, starting in 2020, several oil and gas downstream projects will start operation, including Pulau Muara Besar Oil Refinery and Petrochemical Plant. So based on the Ministry of Energy, Manpower and Industry, it continues to focus on exploitation and systematic management of hydrocarbon resources and sustainable development of the downstream sector, strengthen the energy sustainability through implementation of alternative and energy efficiency initiative, and provide affordable energy to the nation. So based on all the strategy that we propose, all this economic diversification are expected to sustain the development of Negara Brunei Darussalam. However, sustainable development of this economic diversification itself needs to be protected. How to be protected is, if you look at this, Negara Brunei Darussalam has the right instrument, as we proposed just now. She has to credit in higher eternal protection, which is the spiritual protection via realization of Zikir nation, a nation of faithful and God-conscious population, and their faith and God consciousness are believed to be able to guarantee divine protection from destruction, such as the destructions that have been inflicted on the unfaithful and God rebellious people, as we can see from the Surah Sabah, and we can see the issues, the story about during the purple of prophethood, tribe of Thamud and the tribe of Sodom, the tribe of the Madian and the Bani Israel and the people of during the Prophet Moses. All in all, Negara Brunei Darussalam as an Islamic state should aspire not only to enjoy economic sustainable development through her economic diversification, but also at the same time we can protect by submitting to the highest protector, Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. So beside the knowledge and investment, beside the employment and business and energy strategies, Negara Brunei Darussalam also focus on the fisheries, agriculture, forestry, and so on. So as a conclusion, harnessing and fostering the energy prosperity is the key opportunity transformation and function as the foundation of economic growth in Negara Brunei Darussalam. And the reliance of oil and gas resources as a sole export sector made Negara Brunei Darussalam subject to the various risks in terms of fluctuation of oil price in the long run. And this research reveals that Brunei government in attaining sustainable development, accelerate and diversify the economic growth in energy sector, increasing the productivity from FDI, technology development, enhancing the local development entrepreneur. And the fourth conclusion, the result from this analysis which contribute to the knowledge and provide clear benefit to the policymakers, corporate bodies, and the interest observers. And the outcomes of this paper also expected to contribute Negara Brunei Darussalam in establishing a nation blessed by Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala and to always remember Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala in any area of expertise, hence protecting the sustainable development accordingly. So that's all for our presentation today. My name Rauda and Professor Dr. Muhammad Shukri Sadeh. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Ramli, for sharing your insights and your research with us. We are just worried about the time, so we must immediately start the next presentation. And now the next presentation's title is Analysis of Islamic Finance from the Perspective of Sustainable Development Goals, with special reference to WANA region. Shebanaz and Yusra Zeynep from Jamia Millia Islamia, India, are the writers of this paper, and Ms. Shebanaz will present it here. By the way, dear audience, if you want to ask any questions, you can just write it to the YouTube channel, and at the end of the sessions, we will try to get answers of all these questions from our panelists. Ms. Sheba, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, you can start. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Istanbul Shahabuddin Zam University and its esteemed partners for providing me this great opportunity, where I can share my research. Basically, the theme for our paper, as you discussed, is SDGs, analysis of SDGs, and the role of Islamic finance in achieving the same, especially in the WANA region. I would like to brief about why we people choose this particular theme. As we know that Islamic finance industry is a growing one, although it's not like its counterpart, conventional finance, but it is growing, and it is growing at a very good speed. So because of this, we took the Islamic finance, and the second reason is this, that SDG in developing countries, as we see that in developing countries, these countries basically they are lagging very behind in attaining the goals of sustainable development because of the financial crunch. And for this, we see that Islamic finance can come as a very great option, because Islamic finance is a very ethical in its nature. That's give its enormous potential in order to bridge this gap which we are having in sustainable development accomplishment, especially in the WANA region. Another reason for why we took this VANA region only is this, because VANA region, the West Asia is the major contributor in the Islamic finance, and unfortunately this West Asia and African countries, they are lagging very behind in achieving the goals of the sustainable development. So this is the brief intro that why we took this topic and why we start working on this. So as you can see, the title of our paper is I'm sorry, am I can you able to see my screen?
Can you please share it once more?
Oh yeah, because
there was a problem here, I think.
Yeah, there's a problem. Even I'm not able to share my screen. There's an error. There's an error. It is showing you cannot start a screen share with the other.
Yes, it's better this way. You can share it now, I think.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Let me share it with, and let's start.
Now it's starting. Okay. Can you please make it full screen? By the way, you can just see all the slides on the full screen.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So the title of our paper is Analysis of SDGs from the Perspective of Islamic Finance, with a special reference to the VANA region. So the objective is to highlight the vital role and the possible contribution of Islamic financial institutions, capital markets, and other instruments of Islamic finance in achieving the SDGs and filling the financing gap in the achievement of these goals in the VANA region effectively and efficiently. Okay, so post-World War II, the Western nations were focused on reconstructing their economies and opting a free international trade and capital flows, growing efforts, infrastructural investment in the developing nations. The international agreement on the MDGs was signed in October 2000 by 189 countries as a part of Millennium Declaration. The MDGs constituted 8 goals together with their 21 targets, including eradication poverty, human deprivation in education, gender, and health, promoting sustainable development to be supported by a global partnership for development to be achieved by 2020. However, there have still been concerns with regards to the achievement of the MDGs, largely in failing to eradicate poverty. With the growing adverse changes in the climate and other environmental concerns, there was a consensus that a set of global environmental objectives and new round sustainable development goals as an extension of MDGs was adopted in 2016 by United Nations, because it was seen that MDGs were not about to achieve whatever the people are planning. So they come with this SDGs, which is an extension of the MDGs. So the SDGs include 17 goals and 169 targets developed for their global implementation for the purpose of embracing sustainable economic growth, environmental protection, and social inclusion, focus on providing a global development agenda for the period of 15 years, which is from 2015 to 30, and bring forward a transformative and sustainable nature of the new development agenda that goes even beyond the MDGs in their scope and targets. There's a problem with the MDGs. Basically, it doesn't consider faith, or you can say the local aspiration. So here, in the case of SDGs, they took faith also into the consideration in achieving the goals. So it believes that religious philanthropies and faith-based finance can actually promote efficient resource mobilization. They also identify the important role of ground level values and institutions. And I may say that this opens the window for Islamic finance. This highlights the role of Islamic financial institution in being consistent with these local aspirations and faith-based investment policies. The principle of Islamic hold the potential to contribute towards the goal of social inclusion and activities promoting development. Okay, now the SDGs, investment gap, and the Islamic finance industry. As I mentioned earlier, that SDGs, they people formed this SDGs, but now they are having a serious issue of finance. They are having financial crunch. It is also, it's not the case that they are having this financial crunch only in the developing countries. They are having this in developed, but fortunately in developed countries they are having resources to cope with this, and they are not having such a big gap as developing and least developed countries are having. So there's a huge investment gap, and Islamic finance industry is very vital in filling that gap. So SDGs are concerned specifically with 3 Ps, which is people, planet, and prosperity, which is promoted by Sharia as well. Because the Islamic law, the Maqasid al-Sharia states the well-being of human, and not only human, also environment. In many verses of Quran and in various hadiths, we can get this proof from there that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us not to waste our resources and to use it in a more efficient and effective manner with minimal wastage, so that people can more and more people can benefit from it. So the major challenges in the achievement of SDGs is finance. So according to the estimates by UNCTAD, in order to meet the SDGs by 2030, total annual investment in SDG relevant sectors in developing nations need to be around USD 3.3 to 4.5 trillion. This shows the huge financing gap annually, accounting to almost USD 2.5 trillion. The Arab countries would need a minimum of USD 230 billion annually to support the achievement of the SDGs. The financing gap in Arab countries with deficit has been estimated at over USD 100 billion annually, comprising a cumulative total of over USD 1.5 trillion through 2030. And now this COVID happens, war is happening, so this gap is going to be more widened. The Islamic finance industry's total worth, according to key industry stakeholders organization across its 3 main sectors, banking, capital markets, and takaful, among which banking constitute around 80%. Sorry, I do have again problem with my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
And actually, once again, that was the same problem, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why we are having this problem. I'm not able to share my screen again.
You can do it, I think, now. Because we are seeing you, so we can also see your screen.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, can you please share it once more?
Ma'am, I'm trying, but I'm not able to share it again. I'm not getting share screen option at all. Hello.
Well,
can the technical team please help me?
Let me just check it.
Just hold on, ma'am. I just got.
Okay.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, we can see it now. We can continue.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. As I was saying, that banking industry constitute the major chunk of Islamic finance. It constitute around 80% of the Islamic finance, followed by capital market and takaful. And it was estimated that in 2017, it will be around USD 2.5 trillion, marking an 8.3 growth in assets in USD terms. Although during previous some 3 to 4 years, we are watching a slowdown in its pace. But still, it's not like that Islamic finance is going in negative growth. It's growing. So the 4 major characteristics of Islamic finance product that align it to the SDGs, very first is not virtual assets. It is backed by the real assets, just like it's just like the conventional finance. It is not based on virtual assets, and I think so. This is something which makes Islamic finance a very lucrative option for this for the investors and for this sustainable development financing as well, because it is not based on virtual assets. So as we all of we knows that what these virtual assets backing causes in 2008, the financial crisis was all because of this. So Islamic finance is not having this weakness. So this is a very strong point. The second, which is a very strong point again, and which is present in all the financial products of Islamic finances, it is ethical. Thirdly, it promotes good governance and it shares risk justly. So all these features make Islamic finance a very good option. The sources of Islamic finance for the achievement of these goals are zakat, work, and alms. Islamic finance render a wide range of financial instruments which are debt-based as compared to its counterpart, conventional finance. Let me share some of the financial product which we can use in the achievement of these goals for the MSMEs. Very first is sales-based financial products. So let me tell you a few. The Kurd, the Murabba, Muswama, Salam, Istijrar, and the Istisna. So the products which are based on partnership are Mudarba, Musharka, and the products which are like guarantee based is Safala, Wakala, and Ujr. So basically, the this one is Ujr is like they provide services, and for that they charge some fees. Hello. Hello.
There's no problem, Naz. We can hear you and we can see your slides.
Okay. One of the most highlighted areas for Islamic finance is to align with the SDGs is that of climate. This challenge is addressed by Green Sukuk issued by some countries, while Indonesia was the first to issue Green Sukuk, but the same is appreciated now in the Wana region as well. Recently, Nigeria government also issued it for the development of their infrastructure project, and it is a really of a big amount. There is a huge potential for Islamic finance to blend with SDG financing for the whole world, particularly for the Wana region. Investors across the globe are welcoming Islamic finance because of its unique and ethical characteristics, which aligns the SDGs perfectly. And as the Islamic finance, the name is concerned, like it is associated with Islam. Some people think that it is meant only for the Muslims, but it's not the case. Many non-Muslim people are also appreciating it because of its ethical values. Muslims consist of 1.6 billion of population all over the world, among which 650 millions are earning less than 2 USD per day. Most of the people come from the Wana region. There's a index, SDG index, which is a prototype formed by a non-profit organization and the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, and it was meant to measure performance of member countries, like how much they are getting success in achieving these SDGs. And it is obvious that developed nations were on the top, the alarming thing is this, that the at the bottom, those countries which falls are from the Middle East, Asia, and Africa region. Now, let us talk a little about the Wana region. So basically, Wana region is West Asia and North Africa. It is most vulnerable to global multiple crises like other parts of the world, including climate change, endangered and extinction of species, water scarcity, soil degradation due to erosion, increasing gap in social and economic status of the people, decreasing fossil fuels, unemployment, population increment, and inefficient and overload governance. SDGs are not evenly established in the Wana region, as some are developed and some are underdeveloped nations. This region is one of the most unstable region of the world geopolitically. So these are the major challenges in the Wana region. I'm not covering all because we are having a constraint of time. So the very first is extreme poverty, and then there's education as well, which is like a far cry if we can compare it with other countries. And scarcity of clean water is there. There's a case of Egypt, an example from Egypt, like in 2014, they are having 19 cubic meter. Now it reduced to 670 cubic meter in 2017. Water quality is also declining because of the water pollution from industrial, agriculture, and domestic waste. And air pollution is there, gender inequality is there, food security is another threat. Sorry. Accelerating the accomplishment of the SDGs by utilizing Islamic finance in the Wana region. Moving from short-termism to long-termism, short-termism and long-termism. Short-termism is basically like the profit maximization. In finance, we do have a concept of this profit maximization and wealth maximization. So this short-termism is like you are earning profit in a short term, but you are ignoring the its adverse effects, side effects in the long term. Like you are not getting into taking into consideration the its negative effects on the environment and other stakeholders. While sorry, while the long termism is like you are thinking about the profit, along with that you are also considering other stakeholders as well. So the long-term loans are discouraged by conventional bank as per the Basel norms and risking appetite of people, and as well as payback period, because if we talk about the past few years, then we will see that economies are facing financial crunch. This is the biggest reason for this. So environmental friendly capital intensive projects, though higher in cost, are better than those projects that degrade the environment. Keeping in mind the project financial viability can be achieved with the help of green sukuk, as many countries issued it and get success. Renewable energy-based projects require high cost and large gestation periods. The government should take initiative in order to pay the basic interest, dividends, and initial investment, keeping in mind the SDGs. Schemes like feed-in tariff can also be incorporated in achieving and promoting SDGs, and this scheme is really very much effective for the household and small and medium enterprises. Green technology financing scheme and social responsible investment sukuk is a good option to raise funds for sustainable and responsible investment projects. ESG indexed environmental, social, and governance index list companies that invest in environment friendly and ethical projects to target those investors who want to invest their funds in those organizations which are social and environmentally responsible. And now it is getting a trend, like people are attracted, people wants to invest more in those countries which are ethically sound, which are environmentally sound, like who cares for the environment and people. So this can be a great point of motivation. Capital-rich nations like GCC countries can help the other poor nations of the Ghana region by mobilizing and deployment of resources like OCAP for the achievement of the SDGs by collaborating with different institutions and stakeholders bodies meant for the same. Islamic microfinance can also play a very crucial role in financing the needs of people at micro level for environmental friendly products. For example, solar panels for homes, biogas, etc. for the families which are in financial distress by reducing their expenses and sometimes through generation of income as well. Kardul Hassan, it is a very good financial product. For the farmers and SMEs, it ensures the productive engagement of non-state sectors. Institutional investors should be given leniency in the climate financing. Green sukuk can play an outstanding role. Private equity and venture capital funds, strategic and corporate investors, crowdfunding can be a great tool for the accumulation of finance from households for the achievement of SDGs. Basically, it is noted by the various international organizations and the government of the countries as well that they people cannot achieve these SDGs along with on their own. So they need to take funds from the public and from private sector as well. OCAP provides grants and it also uses its capital to earn profits and retains the capital within them and utilize profit for the philanthropy activities. The Ghana region should come up with a body which can estimate the required financing for the expansion of OCAP in this region and the potential impact of the same in the well-being of Ghana region. Like Innovative Impact Investment Fund. This is a very crucial fund and it is having a good impact. It is providing finance for many SMEs and especially for the Ghana region. If you will see whom it is contributing most, then it is contributing most. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, it is a very rich presentation, but we are somewhat out of time. So can you please?
I'm sorry. I'm just coming to conclusion. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm sorry for it. And now let's move to the conclusion. So the fulfillment of SDGs in the Ghana regions remain low except in the oil-rich countries. As said by the AFED, revealed in its 9th annual report that the implementation of the 2030 agenda in Arab countries cannot be achieved in solitude. Similarly was said by Amin al-Sharqawi, they focus on Islamic finance as a natural ally for the SDGs. The Wana region should also take initiatives like Malaysia's responsible investment, which consists of Bursa Malaysia Sustainability Reporting Framework of the Environment, ESG Index, etc. All such initiatives make Malaysia the largest market in terms of sustainable investing across Asia except Japan. So Wana can take these examples and can utilize these in their own region. Another tool which can play a vital role in bridging the gap of finance in the Wana region is by strengthening Islamic fintech and Awqaf, which can be a big source of financing for the small, micro, and medium business. And Bangladesh is utilizing their Awqaf funds in a very well manner. So this can be a great source of fund for Wana region SMEs. While green sukuk can be of high importance in the development of eco-friendly energy generation products with the means of renewable sources like solar, water, and wind, in order to eliminate poverty, financial inclusion is very necessary, which is a top priority of SDGs, which is quite low as per the World Bank in the Wana region. The financial inclusion of many Muslims can be achieved by introducing Islamic finance tools and instruments, as many of them avoid financial inclusion because of conventional financial principles which are against the belief of Islam. Riba is the major cause. So I just want to finish my presentation with this. Thank you, all of you, for listening to me and for giving your precious time.
Thank you for your presentation. And I kindly request from the remaining three presenters to limit their presentation within 10 to 12 minutes, because we are just having another keynote speech after our session. So the next presenter is Ramadhani Mazhaka Shabani from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and the title of the presentation is Al-Maqasid-based Zakat Beyond the UNDP Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Shabani, you are sharing your slides, I think.
Darussalam is a small sultanic country.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides. You can make it full screen and you can start your presentation. Can you please limit it within 10 to 12 minutes? Don't forget it, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Ramadhani Mashaka Shaban. I'm from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. I'd like to thank my co-author, Dr. Mohammed Sharif Al-Amri and Dr. Mustafa Omar Mohammed for the supervision and guidance during preparation of this study. My topic is Al-Maqasid-based Zakat Beyond the UNDP Sustainable Development Goals. There are several studies which is written in this area, which is focusing on measuring the roles of zakat based on SDGs, but this paper argues that the objective of zakat goes beyond the objective of SDGs. By quick outline of this presentation, we have introduction, we have research problem, we have objectives, methodology, maqasid-based zakat framework, and the conclusion. As we know, zakat is among the 5 pillars of Islam that require those people with wealth in excess to help to solve the individuals and society's problem. In contrast to Salah, zakat is performed by wealth, while Salah is performed by prayer. So zakat is play very significant role for the development of Muslim community, such as poverty eradication, alleviating of hunger, providing employment to those who employ to manage zakat fund, as well as spiritual enrichment. The objective of zakat is related to the objective of Al-Maqasid al-Sharia. At the same time, the United Nations in 2015 has established 17 SDGs, which these SDGs recognize some of the objective of Maqasid and the objective of zakat. There are several studies which confirm that the objective of Maqasid based on zakat and the objective of SDGs, which is established by United Nations, are related. But at the same time, the objective of zakat show that it goes beyond the objective of SDGs. Many studies limited the scope of zakat by addressing only zakat as a means of financing, without considering that in zakat we have more benefit than those of financing. Yani they consider that zakat is a financing mechanism. As well as currently there's no study that conducted that compare the relationship between zakat, maqasid al-sharia, and SGD. Due to this reason, this study is going to survey the extent literatures on relationship between zakat, al-maqasid, and SDGs, as well as the study is going to develop maqasid-based zakat framework, and to use the developed framework to measure the relevance of SDGs to zakat objective based on al-maqasid. This study has adopted the concept analysis as the methodology by following the following three steps. The first step, it was to review the extent literature report and book published from a different source relating to al-maqasid, zakat, and SDGs. At the same time, systematizing the literature surveyed into three groups. The first group is the concept and the role of zakat. The second group is zakat and al-maqasid, and the third group is zakat and SDGs. These three groups were used to identify the dimension needed for developing maqasid-based framework. And finally, to use the maqasid-based zakat framework to measure the relevance SDGs and show that potential of zakat is beyond SDGs. Starting with al-maqasid al-sharia, the theory of al-maqasid was developed by Imam al-Ghazal in 500 years of Hijrah with two broad objectives. The first objective is to promote the public interest, and the second objective is to protect the public from harms. The objectives are established in three levels. The first level is necessity, which contains the essential element that is necessary for the human life. The absence of it may cause damage or harm to the life. The second level is complement. This is luxury, which gives the perfection and adding additional value to the human life. So the necessity that is very important in human life, complementary is the level in which it helps the human in living without facing difficult, although it's not much necessary in the matter of life and death in the individual basis. So the level of necessity are established at five principles, namely faith, life, intellect, progeny, and the wealth. In the concept of and role of zakat, we see that the meanings of zakat come from Arabic words which means grow or increase, and it requires those people who have the portion of their wealth above the nisab after completion of the lunar year to pay zakat, and the people who are eligible to receive the zakat fund are established in Quran. Zakat is a multidimensional institution with 7 dimensions, which is religious, spiritual, moral, sharia, social, economic, and environment. By comparing the 5 principles of al-maqasidi and the objective of zakat, we find that in faith, zakat purifies the soul and enhances spirituality and intimacy to Allah. In life, we find that zakat contributes to all the 8 categories of recipients of zakat, and intellect, it seems that zakat contributes at least to 3 categories of recipients, and in progeny, at least 2 categories of recipients can benefit from zakat. And lastly, in wealth, zakat itself is the equitable way of wealth redistribution, because in comparison to zakat and government taxes, the government taxes takes from the profits that is earned by the person regarding the profit is enough or not enough to meet the need of the person, but zakat is taken only from what is excessive in the waste. So in ways, zakat is preserving wealth from both the donor and the 8 category of recipients. About the UNDP Sustainable Development Goals, in 2015, United Nations developed 17 goals which are targeted to be achieved up to 2030, with the statement that the need of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. These goals are established with two dimensions, which is social, economical, and environment, and aiming at addressing four critical areas of the world, that is people, prosperity, planet, peace, and justice. In prosperity, they establish goals like those are related with food, with education, and health. In prosperity, they establish goals which are related with environments for business and investment. In planet, they establish the goals which ensure that the ecosystem and the living organism of the world, the goal like climate action, life below the water, and life on land. In peace and justice, here they establish the goals which are related to the cooperation, international and international cooperation on how the goals can be achieved. And here they recommended that the organization like World Trade Organization and the World Custom Organization are playing important role in harmonizing trade and custom procedures. The establishment of these goals are expected to be financed by using domestic public resources, domestic and international private business, and finance, international development cooperation, and international trade. This is proposed by United Nations, and if you see here, there's no emphasis of zakat as the means of financing. So by taking market-based zakat from the 7 dimension of zakat in comparison to the dimension of SGD, we find that al-maqasid based zakat takes 7 dimensions, and SGDs take 3 dimensions, and the 3 dimension of SGDs is also included in the 7 dimension of Makasidi based zakat. So here, I should find that SGDs just take almost half of what zakat can provide. So the zakat framework developed show that the relationship between 5 al-maqasid elements of necessity and 17 SGDs, which is like as follows in this diagram. As you see here, zakat presents the broader perspective as the means of financing, and maqasid al-sharia narrowing down the 17 SGDs into 5 principles of maqasid. So by relating SGDs to maqasid, first we found that Makasidi-based zakat is the first before these SDGs in their objective. So goal number 1, 2, 3, and 6 is relating to preservation of faith. Goal number 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 11 is relating to preservation of life. Goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 is relating to preservation of intellect, and 3, 5, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 15, and 16, preservation of progeny, and 1, 3, 8, and 10 is relating to preservation of wealth. By concluding, we agree that al-maqasid-based zakat has potential beyond SGDs because zakat is multidimensional with 7 dimensions, and SGDs has 3 dimensions, and many of the goals are in the line with maqasid-based goals of zakat. The novelty of this paper lies in developing al-maqasid framework, zakat al-maqasid framework to relate SGDs to the goals of zakat. Future studies could expand the study and provide the recommendation to UNDPs to benefit from the additional 4 dimension of zakat in formulating future goals relating to Islamic social financing. I think this, thank you for listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Shabani, for your paper and also for your excellent time management. And now our 5th paper is titled as a qualitative analysis of the role of Waqf in achieving Maqasid Sharia. Suhaib Eldersevi from Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University will make the presentation. Are you here, Mr. Eldersevi?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you also see my screen?
everything is okay, you can start. And as I know, I hope you know that you have just 12 minutes. Okay.
Inshallah. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to my presentation with the title of A Qualitative Analysis of the Role of Waqf in Achieving Maqasid al-Sharia. My name is Sohaib Al-Dirshabi. I'm a PhD student at ISO University. I'm co-authoring this paper with two professors, Dr. Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri from ISO and Dr. Mustafa Muhammad from IIUM. Here are our content of the presentation. We start with the introduction, research problem, objectives, then we will explain our literature review, research gap methodology, finding, then we will finish with the conclusion. So we start with the importance of the Waqf system. There is no doubt that Waqf has a significant role since the time of the Prophet, and it was practiced at that time. And we mentioned few dimensions of which Waqf can be explored from. So religious dimension, intellectual, human, social, and economic. So if we look to the religious dimension, Waqf was used for building mosque, religious school, employment of imam and teachers. And when we look to the intellectual dimensions, Waqf contributed in building schools and universities, mostly for knowledge, spreading knowledge. And when we look to the human dimensions, Waqf tried to improve the quality of life for the poor and needy and widows. So then we look to the social dimensions. There are a lot of awqaf which achieve this major impact of Muslim community, such as orphanages, nursing home, and other places prepared as housing for the poor. Economic dimensions, last one, Waqf could divert funds and other resources from current consumption and investing them into productive and prospective assets which generate revenue for future consumption by individual or society at large. Okay, it's not moving. We come to the research problem. The role played by Waqf are guided by Maqasid al-Sharia. This is manifest in the dimension of Waqf activities which have a strong bearing to the 5 Maqasid elements: religious dimension, human dimension, intellectual, social, and economic dimension. Yet studies on Waqf and Maqasid are largely descriptive and disjointed. There has not been much effort among researchers to examine the relationship between Waqf and Maqasid and analyze issues that arise. So this paper will fill up this gap. Our objectives are as follow: to survey the literature on the relationship between both Waqf and Maqasid, and analyze the issues that arise to identify the gaps for future research, and finally provide recommendation and suggestion for future research. In terms of the literature review, there is a huge literature on both parts of our study, Waqf and Maqasid, especially in the concept, legality, maybe fiqh issues, and historic perspective. However, the gap in this literature is the absence of studies that have analyzed the relationship between Waqf and Maqasid and issues that arise. Our methodology were exploratory research, qualitative method, and literature survey, and analyze based on the following steps: use the survey of the literature for work on Waqf and Maqasid, conduct meta-analysis to identify issues, and then use thematic analysis to identify the gap for future research. When we come to the finding, we have relationship and issues. In terms of the relationship, we analyze the role of Waqf in the 3 levels of Maqasid: Daruriyat, Hajiyat, and Tahsiniyat. So we look to the Daruriyat. There are 5 Daruriyat, which is known: religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property. So when we start to look into the religion, we have the example of mosque, for example, Quba Mosque and Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, where Prophet were using them to bring all companions and teach them the Islamic provisions. So it is a good example is a great example to prove that mosque has a role to preserve religion. Second, preservation of life. We have Waqf Will of Rummah and Waqf of Tamim al-Dari in Palestine. Both of those try to prove that essential needs were providing to the needy and poor. And then preservation of intellect, Waqf of school, libraries, and universities. Those are the example which prove that Waqf helped to preserve the intellect. Fourthly, preservation of lineage. Waqf for orphan care provides care to widows and divorced women. Both of these types of Waqf proves that Waqf has played an important role in preserving lineage. Then fifth, the final, is the preservation of property. Considering the preservation of property, Waqf enables the property to remain and last for a long period, as it is the idea behind Waqf. When we come to the Maqasid al-Hajiyya and Tahsiniyya, In terms of the maqasid al-hajiyya, we may look to the job opportunity which Waqf could provide to the individuals in the community. Also, we may look to the role of Waqf in terms of helping the government in saving the budget, as Waqf in most cases providing public services such as hospitals and schools. When we come to the maqasid al-tahsiniyya, Waqf play an important role in adding beauty to the society. The last, we have the issues here. We mentioned four issues. Lack of awareness among researchers on the significance of relationship between Waqf and maqasid. Second, lack of the proper maqasid vision and mission on the governance of Waqf institution. Overemphasizing on the commercial dimension of Waqf at the expense of the religious and social dimension. And final one is the contemporary Waqf deviated from its basic rule, which states that the purpose of Waqf must be philanthropic action, which goes against the maqasid. In our conclusion, we proved that Awqaf played an important role in all levels of maqasid, daruriyat, hajiniyat, and tahsiniyat. Awqaf system provided self-financing to the community service institution. It helped to graduate strong Muslim scholars, writers, doctors. It also protected the money from being lost in false entertainment. For future research, we suggested that a study may compile all models of contemporary Waqf and analyze them through the lens of maqasid in order to prove to which extent they achieve maqasid al-sharia and how the activities of Waqf could align to the maqasid. And thank you.
I thank you to you, Mr. Eldar Said, for
thank you so much.
Good presentation in such a good time. And now our last paper is from Salim Rifas, Istanbul Sabahat Nizam University, Turkey, and it's also just like the previous two are jointly written by the Mustafa Ömer Mohammed and Mohammed Sharif Amri from International Islamic University Malaysia and Istanbul Sabahat Nizam University, Turkey, respectively. And the title of the paper is Sustainability of Megacities in OECD Countries, Cases of Radical Property Tax, Transportation, and Land Use Planning Policies. Mr. Rifas, can you please share your slides?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad. So thank you all for staying to the end. It's not easy to be the last presenter. It's been a long session and very interesting by all the papers that were shared. So this paper is concerned about the sustainability of mega cities in OIC countries. So we focus specifically on the very, very large cities with more than 10 million inhabitants, and the sustainability path of these cities. And as you have introduced, this is a paper co-authored with Professor Mohammed Sharif Al-Amri and Professor Mustafa Omar Mohammed, and myself, I'm Salim Rifas. And let me start with this picture, which shows the city of Lagos, which is the fastest growing mega city in the world, and we can see the striking contrast between the front side of the picture and the back side of the picture, which is telling the story actually of our big cities today in Islamic countries, where we can see a lot of slum areas, very impoverished areas, and at the same time development happening on other sides of the cities. So we start with an introduction about how cities were initially conceived in Islamic countries and why cities were successful in medieval ages. And Ibn Khaldun is telling us that cities were basically a natural stage in the evolutionary cycle of civilization, manifesting physically social growth and emerging from original desires of restfulness and tranquility. So basically, nomadic and agrarian populations were not finding the tranquility, the restfulness, the comfort of living, access to food and shelter, etc., in outside cities in country area, and then they decided to build these cities, these beautiful cities that were built in the golden ages of Islam. And this is what is being told actually when we look at the literature review. The literature review tells us that basically the medieval ages Islamic cities were very successful. There was a lot of quality of life compared to other cities in the world. Protection and accessibility, provision of all required modes of living, and that comfort of living, that basically inclusive development, was one of the main driver of the prodigious urban expansion of these cities in these ages. And cities in Islamic countries were bigger than cities in other sides of the world. But if we look at today, more than 600 years later, we lack actually a focus on cities when in the sustainability literature, and not just in Islamic countries. Generally speaking, there is a lot of literature on sustainable development, but urban sustainability is still a vague concept. And the concepts that are discussed in these papers, as we see in the literature review, are basically talking about visions, recyclable cities, compact cities, green cities, just cities. We find a lot of concepts that are very forward-looking, but don't focus really on the issues that we face in our developing countries, and especially in mega OIC cities. At the same time, we found a lot of literature that discusses the level of deprivation of urban population in developing countries and the challenges, especially in terms of infrastructure deficit in these cities. So today we have to understand that half of humanity lives in cities, more than half of humanity lives in cities, and that's the case also for OIC population. And if you look at the graph on the right side, we see that the urban population is growing at a much faster pace than the rural population. Both populations are growing, but we grow the urban population 2.6 times faster over the last 30 years than the rural population. And cities, they occupy at the global stage just 3% of the planet's land, but they amount for 60 to 80% of all energy consumption and 75% of the carbon emissions. So this is really the locus for sustainable development. And despite that, the research problem we find is that the extant literature has not given enough emphasis to examine the sustainability of cities, and especially the very large cities where we find most of the population. And this is related to two main issues, as we hypothesize. It's related to land use planning and transportation challenges which guide the growth paths of these cities. So our approach was basically to conduct a qualitative review of the urban sustainability issues in mega OIC cities, identify critical facts about their development prospects and the main dimensions of the problem, and then discuss the policy responses and the areas for future research. So in a nutshell, what we find when we look at the data from 1950 to 2030, we see a growing number of mega OIC cities in the top 20 cities in the world. In 1950, we had only one city, Al-Qahira, 2.5 million inhabitants, which was the 20th biggest city in the world. If we look at 2020 today, we have 5 cities already in the top 20. And by 2030, 4 of them will be in the top 10, Dhaka, Karachi, Al-Qahira, and Lagos. And these cities, they have 10 times more population than 1950 Qahira. So the growth speed of this demographic growth is amazing. And actually, when we focus on the fastest growing big cities in the world, we find, for example, in this table on the bottom of this slide, 3 of the top 5 growing cities are OIC cities, Lagos, Dhaka, and Karachi. So our paper is structured as follows. We define sustainability first. We discuss some stylized facts about urban sustainability issues. We characterize the development paths of these cities and discuss land use and transportation. And we explore the candidate radical approaches to address the sustainability challenges identified. So what definition do we use for urban sustainability in the paper? After some research on what is being used by other authors, also what is used in the context of SDGs, we propose this definition, which is the most efficient and resilient path to provide housing, employment, and access to basic services for all urban dwellers. So it's a people-centric agenda. It's also an agenda that is drawn from the conclusion that urban change and land use planning and transportation networks are very intertwined. And these are the 2 main drivers of urban change. So when we come to the facts that we identify in these development paths of mega OIC cities, we find first that there is a prevalence of slums and a poor quality of life overall in the very, very large cities of our countries. Even compared to the world, as you can see in this graph, for example, there is a very high percentage of urban population living in slums in OIC countries, below world average, reaching 90% plus in some countries. And the second fact is that there is poor access to sustainable transport systems, especially when we look at urban rail infrastructure and BRT infrastructure or bus infrastructure. You know, the population, we have about 25% of the population in OIC countries, but only less than 5% of the urban rail infrastructure capital in the world. And that's a very, very acute challenge. Another set of challenges is the huge demographic pressure, which is seen, as we have seen, on the very large cities, but also basically on all main economic centers in OIC countries. You see these are the 35 largest OIC cities in 2020. And 28 out of them have a growth rate of more than 2% a year, which means that they have a 50% increase in their population in less than a decade. So this is not commensurate with any infrastructure provision or housing provision that the city planners can deliver. And another issue, which is more qualitative, that needs to be studied more, is basically the relationship between housing prices, land prices, access to land, access to housing, and the urban sprawl, and basically all the issues related to the social inequalities in this field. And that will be the subject of further research. Now, when we come to how we characterize the urban developments and the related transportation schemes, we find two main, basically, trends. One are the centrifugal developments. So these developments that drive the cities towards the outside poles, which are sometimes good, but also create a lot of pressure on the land and actually help the demographic growth outside control. At the same time, we find other schemes which are massifying schemes, especially when there is a geographical constraint to the population, to the physical growth of the city. And in that specific context, we found a focus on urban regeneration schemes and accessibility issue from the highly populated areas of the city. So the last two slides are focused on the future. First, when we look at the gaps in terms of policy and in terms of research, we found that basically the policy instruments that are used to face this issue are broadly in four categories. We have the tax instruments, the non-tax incentive measures, the regulatory instruments, and the public investment programs. And as we speak, most of the instruments that are used are tax instruments, very, very traditional tax instruments, and very traditional public investment program, like provision of some transport infrastructure, especially the roads. But that doesn't meet the challenge. What we are arguing in this paper is basically that the successful transitions that have been observed in developed and developing countries context went much further in terms of the policy instruments used in these four categories. For example, tax instruments like the nonlinear land taxation schemes have proved very useful, as well as the land value capture systems. Also, some incentive measures like the nationalization or the special concentration of development rights are very useful. And obviously, regulatory instruments also are very useful in terms of demographic control, in terms of urban growth boundaries, as well as other investment programs than the typical transport investment programs, which are related to satellite towns or new local government financing instruments. So basically, this is my conclusion slide. To go back to what we have found in this paper, urban sustainability is still vaguely defined and needs to be more acutely defined. Our proposal is put again here. And the development paths of the mega YC cities is not sustainable, and we have to be really focused on that development issue in the context of the SDG objectives. And at the same time, we found that two main dimensions of the sustainability issues are critical: the land use and the transportation planning dimensions. And it needs further research to actually be sure that we can develop the right instruments to address these challenges. Thank you very much. I can't hear you, Doctora.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Rifas, for your research. It was very interesting, actually. Your insights were very interesting also. Today, we had 6 high-quality papers in this session, and I think that the audience greatly benefited from all these papers, just like myself. And I thank all the panelists for their presentations and thank the audience for listening. When I check the channel, I can see that there are no questions, so I think we can conclude this session. Thank you for attending the event.
But it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC, with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESREC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESREC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESREC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESREC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESREC also organizes capacity-building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESREC follows up, evaluates, and analyzes the current socio-economic situation, in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, CESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. CESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. CESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. CESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, CESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, CESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and CESRIC as facilitator. CESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the 7th conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the 7th conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. 8th conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the 4th Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. The fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, and organized by esteemed institutions, for the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESREC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESREC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
a university in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science, and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim
Hocam 5'e kadar sayarak
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As-salatu ve selamu ala Resulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance with the theme of Sustainable Development for Real Economy. It is the 6th day of the conference, and today we have two keynote speakers. First one is Professor Azmi Ömer. Before he's addressing us, I'd like to introduce him in brief. Professor Azmi Ömer is the President and the Chief Executive Officer of International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, ICIEF, the Global University of Islamic Finance. Prior to his current position, he served as the Director General at Islamic Research and Training Institute, IRTI, Islamic Development Bank Group, Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He was awarded the most outstanding individual contribution to Islamic finance in HILF Islamic Finance Award 2015. Prof. Azmi held numerous positions at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, including Deputy Rector, Academic and Research, Dean of Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, and the Dean Faculty of Economics and Management Sciences. He served as a member of the Sharia Committee to Bank Rakyat Malaysia and Etik Takaful Malaysia, and Islamic Finance expert to the Authority Monetary Brunei Darussalam. Prof. Azmi holds a BSc Finance and MA from Northern Illinois University, the United States of America, and a PhD in Finance from Bangor University, Wales, United Kingdom. He is also a holder of Chartered Professional in Islamic Finance. Please, Prof, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ansari Yusel. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And depending where you are, good afternoon or good evening, as in the case of Kuala Lumpur. First, let me thank the organizing committee, the IZU, the Istanbul Zaim University, for organizing this important conference, the 12th International Conference of Islamic Economics and Finance. This conference, as you know, is a series. This is the 12th edition, and I participated in some of the earlier editions, some of them in Kuala Lumpur, and some of them are in Qatar. So I'm glad today I have the opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this particular topic. I choose the topic titled COVID-19 Pandemic, Opportunity for Islamic Finance to Deepen Sustainability Agenda, for the simple reason, one is that because we are currently in the COVID-19 pandemic, and secondly, an issue which is dear to my heart, that is on the issue of sustainable agenda, that is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is very much consistent with Maqasid al-Sharia. And particularly in the context of Malaysia, we have what we call it an approach which is implemented by the Central Bank of Malaysia called value-based intermediation, which is very much in line with Sustainable Development Goals as well as with Maqasid al-Sharia. So what I'm going to do is to share with you some of my thoughts on this topic and how we can really strengthen Islamic finance, particularly taking into account the issue of the Sustainable Development Goals in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. So I will be looking at the impact of COVID-19 on economic growth, not in great detail, just a cursory glance, looking at the COVID-19 impact on UN Sustainable Development Goals, and what are the financial sector regulatory responses, particularly by the central banks, the capital market authorities, as well as by Takaful regulator, as far as managing the COVID-19. Secondly is the impact of COVID-19 to Islamic financial institutions, and of course, financial institutions in general. And finally, what I'm going to look at some of the proposals that I believe should be considered, and some of them we are already working to implement some of these proposals. Let me go next to the situation update. if you look today, we have more than 8.5 million individuals worldwide who are confirmed cases of COVID-19. And these are spread out in 215 countries. I remember when I was speaking in one webinar also in April, it was only about 160 something countries, but just imagine within a span of 2 months, it has gone into 215 countries with now closing to almost 8.6 million. And we have more than 450,000 deaths worldwide. And in the context countries are short period. However, again, it depends on the situation of each country. Let me just go quickly to look at what is the IMF projection on the growth as far as the impact of COVID-19 to those countries. If you look at the advanced economies, again, this growth was first projected in January 2020. Subsequently, IMF forecast. Let me just go next to countries in emerging markets, particularly in the emerging and developing Asia, China, India. They are the only two countries, and to a certain extent, Indonesia. They are also expected to be positive for this year, but low positive. The ASEAN 5 expected to be negative overall, minus 0.6, with the exception of Indonesia, which is low positive. The rest of the countries, you see all negative. And that shows that the big impact of COVID-19 on many countries in the world. In Malaysia particularly, we see that Malaysia GDP for this year is expected to be between negative 2% to low positive 0.5%. Okay, this is the Malaysian government's own estimates. Losses from the shutdown or the lockdown is expected to be around 25% of GDP. And according to the Department of Statistics Malaysia, the country is expected to record an unemployment rate between 3.5 to 5%. And it's expected to be higher than even the Asian financial crisis, which occurred in 1998. And of course, many individuals are affected. Micro enterprises, SMEs are also impacted by this pandemic. And in many countries, including Malaysia, the micro and SMEs are the largest providers of employment in the country. So the impact to them is very severe indeed. So if you look at the impact to the UN SDGs when the pandemic occurs, one, I would say that all 17 goals are impacted by the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. All are impacted. For example, if you look at goal number 1, which is no poverty, we see that there is loss of income among particularly individuals, the poor, the micro enterprises, as well as the SMEs. So there's a loss of income, many people become vulnerable, and families fall below poverty line. And this can be seen in many countries. So it could be before COVID-19, they were at the marginal, and now because of COVID-19, they are now below the poverty line. Secondly, if you look at zero hunger, food distribution is badly affected because of logistics, because of the lockdown. So as a result, many people are hungry because they do not have food, and at the same time, they lose income. So again, COVID-19 impacted severely the food production, that is the zero hunger. The third factor, the third goal is the good health and well-being. So as you can see from this particular sector, many people, as I mentioned earlier on, about 8.58 million people are infected by COVID-19, and almost 500,000 people have passed away. And because of that, it has affected the health of individuals, not only those people who are affected by COVID-19, but also those people who are, for example, affected by the lockdown. They are unable to go out, they are unable to work, and serious social problems occurs within the family, within the nuclear family cluster. So again, good health and well-being is impacted severely. Number 4 is, of course, quality education. The goal of quality education is impacted. Why? Because now we have moved from face-to-face, or what we call in-person education, into online education. So what we see is that schools are closed, universities are closed, and as a result, the learning has moved from face-to-face, in-person education into online education. However, not every individuals, not every students have access to internet facilities. Even in the context of like Malaysia, where the country is, I would say, developing countries, it still has problems in terms of internet access in rural areas particularly. So quality of education is affected. So if we look, we have goal number 1, goal number 2, goal number 3, goal number 4 are affected severely. Okay, so individuals, families, population are affected. And goal number 5, if you look at goal number 5, is gender equality. Although we might argue that, some might argue that gender equality may not be acceptable from Sharia point of view, but nevertheless, the issue is women are affected severely, because most of the micro enterprises are owned and operated by women. They cannot operate, they cannot do business, and as a result, their income is affected, the well-being is affected. So goal number 5. And subsequently, I will not go into other goals because you can see goal number 6 is clean water, sanitization, and so on. These are all affecting basically COVID-19 impacts the whole 17 SDGs. Okay, the whole 17 SDGs. Then the question is, how can, for example, we rectify this situation, or we resolve this situation? Before I go into that, let me look at what are the responses taken by the regulatory bodies, particularly central banks, capital market authorities, and in some countries, it's the takaful regulator. Generally, we can divide into 6 broad categories. One is the monetary policy, reduction of policy rates, so much in order to make it cheaper for customers to borrow money or to get financing from banks, be it conventional banks or Islamic banks. And again, these regulatory responses are done across the board, both for Islamic financial institutions as well as conventional financial institutions. Secondly, central banks or regulators introduce macro-prudential measures such as reduction of capital adequacy ratio, moratorium of loan or financing payments, for example, 6 months. In some countries, the payment is what we call it payment holidays without any interest at all for 6 months or longer. In some countries where both principal and profit component is delayed for 6 months, it is good on one hand to the consumers. Why? Because it shows that the financial institutions as well as the central banks are concerned about the well-being of the consumers, of the public, of the population, particularly the poor segments as well as the SMEs and the micro enterprises. However, it has some implications which I will share later on. Third is that the financial support given by SMEs. Most governments, central banks, including governments, create dedicated fund to provide easy financing to SMEs. So in certain segments, sometimes in agriculture, sometimes in food, sometimes in logistics and so on. So they may dedicate certain sectors of SMEs, they will get certain financing, and these are at subsidized rate or specialized rate. Another example that is done by government is the stimulus package, providing, say, for example, a certain amount of money, financial assistance to individuals, to SMEs, to micro enterprises, to even big corporations for certain months in order for them to pick up their business again. And when demand increases, they will then be able to be ready to supply those demands. Okay, so there are a couple of stimulus packages. In some countries, it amounts to $10 billion, $20 billion, and so on, depending on the country's priorities. But we have seen that done in many countries, particularly in the IFSB member countries or IC member countries. And then we have the example of the capital market authorities particularly have allowed the annual general meeting of public listed firms to be done virtually, because in most cases it has to be done physically, face-to-face. But now, because of COVID-19, they have allowed the annual general meeting to be done virtually. The public listed firms typically have to submit documents, the annual reports, and so on, the financial statement, within a certain period. And again, these are allowed to be extended due to COVID-19. Another example, for example, from the takaful or insurance authorities, they provide guidance in terms of the protection for COVID-19. In some cases, takaful companies as well as insurance companies provide extended coverage to COVID-19, clients who are affected by COVID-19. Also, we see deferment of takaful contributions. For example, similar to like banking, there's a moratorium to banking payment, loan payments. Here, there is also a moratorium to takaful contributions or insurance payments. In some cases, it could be 3 months or 6 months or longer, depending again on the situation. We see also in some countries, the central banks or capital market authorities or the regulatory authorities promote Islamic social finance programs such as zakat, sadaqah, and wakaf as one of the tools or complementary tools in order to address the issue of poverty, the issue of people who are hungry, there is no food, loss of income, and so on. Okay, so these are some of the things that we see happening and implemented by a number of regulatory bodies. Now, coming to the issue of the impact to Islamic financial institutions. I would say fortunate because I'm involved with a number of banks and takaful companies in Malaysia as well as in another country. We see that for banks, when the central banks ask banks to implement the moratorium, which means that payment holiday for 3 months, 6 months, or 9 months, the immediate impact to the bank is liquidity. Bank will have serious liquidity situations. For example, in some banks, they may lose about $300 million, okay, monthly payment from customers. You know, so there is a big impact. Suddenly, the bank will not have $300 million that particular month, and that will continue for the next 3 or 6 months or 9 months. So there's a big impact to the bank itself. Secondly, is because of the liquidity that the bank faces, it has impact towards the profitability of the bank. Profits of the bank gone down, partly because of the liquidity issues, and partly because customers now have regressed. The credit risk of customers have now moved southwards, meaning that previously there could be, let's say, a better risk. Now their risks have increased, hence they may not be able to pay the payments to the bank, and thereby impacting the bank's profitability. Because of profitability that has impacted the bank, capital of the bank may also see some erosion. So banks, stakeholders, particularly banks management, shareholders are worried that because of liquidity, because of profitability, this will have a serious impact on the capital of the bank, and bank's capital may see an erosion due to COVID-19. And of course, notwithstanding all those three major issues, we have the issue of staff well-being. Banks, not all bank staff are working in the bank. They have to work from home. So the issue of staff well-being, welfare, and also the psychological impact to the staff working from home for a prolonged period has serious implications also to the financial institution. So as you can see, COVID-19 is something new altogether. There is no precedent that we see in our lifetime. At least I can remember during my lifetime. We don't see any precedent. So this is something new, and it has a major implications towards financial institutions, towards the family, towards society, towards the economy, and towards, of course, the whole country as a whole. So now, looking at what we see in the impact of the SDGs, we have 17 SDGs. All 17 SDGs are impacted, as I mentioned earlier on, by COVID-19, although I did not go into the remaining goal number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and until 17, but all of them are impacted. The question is only the degree of impact. And we see, we also see that United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are very much inconsistent, in consonant with Maqasid al-Sharia, where we talk about the protection of life, the family, and so on. And a number of leading economists, including both Muslims and non-Muslims, have argued that COVID-19 pandemic provides an opportunity for us to rebuild the global economy in an equitable and greener way. For example, if we look at the pollution, the rate of pollution has gone down, partly because people cannot travel. If we look at the usage of fossil fuels, the petroleum, for example, has gone down as well, again, because people do not travel. So the environments become better now. There is also, on one hand, the positive side of COVID-19. The environment is better, less pollution. Sometimes we may argue that family life is now better because families are together. They work, they stay together, they eat together. And for Muslims, they pray together for the last few months. In the case of Malaysia, it's almost like 3 months, pray together. And that increases the family bonding. And at the same time, we see there is a big disparity of income between the have and the have-not during the COVID-19. So then the question is that this is the opportunity for us to reduce this gap and to create an equitable society that is based on, which is also argued and put forward in this conference, the circular economy. Circular economy where we have low carbon, a better balance, continuous usage, there is no wastage, and at the same time, improve lifestyle and provide a fairer future to all. And to me, this is very pertinent. So what I am looking at in this particular case is that I'm looking at, bearing in mind, I have about 5 minutes more. Do I have enough time? Okay, anyway.
Yes,
if you look,
you have 5 times.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Then, okay. Okay, so to be so if you look at what my proposal is that I think I've seen some Western institutions have already issued social bonds. Okay, just last month we see countries in Scandinavian countries have issued social bonds, whereas we say that Islamic finance should be leading, but at the moment we are not doing so. We need to look at the impact to social sector, and we have seen the impact to goal number 1, goal number 2, 3, 4, and 5 that impacts the community, the society, and the family. So my proposal is that it is now important for Islamic financial institutions as well as government. When I put here DFIs, that means that development financial institution or even multilateral institutions, to consider issuing social sukuk. Unlike before, we have seen SRI sukuk in Malaysia, we have seen green sukuk in Malaysia and Indonesia, and more recently, we have seen cash linked sukuk in Indonesia. It's high time that we consider social sukuk that focuses on social sector, which means that focusing particularly on poverty, on hunger, on health, on education, as well as on gender issues. Okay, so this is one way for us to promote the issuance of sukuk, and that sukuk can be issued on the basis of wakaf, cash wakaf, or can be a general sukuk, a typical for profit with coupons and so on. I think this is something that should be considered as a way to promote the Islamic finance agenda, focusing on addressing the financial inclusion, getting the poor to be in the financial sector, getting the poor to be able to have food, to be able to have good education, to be able to have good health. Secondly is promotion of Islamic finance and ESG funds, the environmental, social, and governance funds. We see at the moment that the ESG and Islamic funds do not converge. Islamic funds tend to be negative screening, focusing on negative screening, looking at the negative industry sectors, and then avoiding those industry sectors, for example, gambling, conventional financial institutions, tobacco companies, arms companies, and so on. So it tends to be negative screening, but Islamic funds should also include positive screening, which means that including companies that promote environment, that promote good social factors, that promote governance. And this is what we call ESG. So what we're promoting is that Islamic finance and ESG should be integrated, and we should be promoting more Islamic finance and ESG funds. And there are a lot of investors who are looking for this now, because we are looking at sectors that are promoting the well-being of the community and society. And a number of studies have been conducted, and to show that Islamic finance and ESG funds have outperformed other funds, particularly during the down market. So this is another proposal that I think should be considered seriously in terms of promoting the Islamic finance and ESG funds, and in a way addressing the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Finally is the issue of application of Islamic fintech. See, we have been discussing about usage of Islamic fintech to increase financial inclusion as well as financial health. Financial inclusion means that you want to have poor people, all segments of population to be included in the financial sector, but we do not want them to be included in the financial sector alone. They should be utilizing those financial services. And that's what we meant by financial health. To be included, to be using, and to be benefiting from the financial services. So we have been looking at ICIEF, we have been looking at developing an integrated fintech platform that combines e-commerce platform, that combines P2P financing, crowdfunding, and zakat and sadaqah. You see, for poor people and for micro enterprises as well as the SMEs, they require a platform for them to sell now. As you can see, COVID-19 changed the way we do business. Business is no longer face-to-face, but you do businesses too online. So micro enterprises, SME need support in order to get them to be on board the e-commerce platform. Okay, so for example, in a couple of countries that we know, they have integrated, for example, WhatsApp. So using WhatsApp for e-commerce transaction. So very simple platform. So e-commerce platform. So in this way, you enable the micro enterprises, the SMEs, to sell in the e-commerce platform. And secondly, they also require financing, because not all SMEs or microfinance enterprises have the funding. So you need a platform for them to get financing. So you need to integrate a financing or a crowdfunding platform. On top of that, we also want to see the implementation of zakat and sadaqah, where those micro enterprises as well as SMEs will be able to avail themselves for zakat. As an example of application of zakat is for training to be provided for the poor categories of micro enterprises. So they will avail zakat through getting training on how to conduct businesses, on how to improve their businesses. Sadaqah can be also one of the ways. And all in all of this platform, we need to have a measurement indicator. This is what we call measuring the impact of all this. We cannot have a platform where financing is provided and the number of clients are recorded, but we do not see the impact of the financing, the impact of the e-commerce to the public, to the population, to the micro enterprises, and to the SMEs. So what we are saying is that we need to develop impact indicators. We need to have assessment to see how successful are these people if they are given training, for example, using Zakat Fund, and then from that training, how successful are they in conducting their business, and subsequently, they move from Zakat receiver into Zakat payer. Okay, and later on also, the platform could also do wakaf, okay, for various purposes. So as you can see, what we are proposing is three things, as I mentioned just now. One is to develop social sukuk. Secondly, focusing more on ESG, Islamic finance funds. And thirdly, Islamic social finance, including fintech that incorporates e-commerce platform, that P2P financing, crowdfunding, as well as the Islamic social finance, zakat, wakaf, and sadaqah. That will help Islamic banks really to show that they are moving ahead, they are promoting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Currently, not many countries are implementing this. In the context of Malaysia, we have value-based intermediation, which is promoted by Central Bank of Malaysia, Bank Negara Malaysia, and all Islamic banks are promoting the value-based intermediation, which is another way of calling the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as fulfilling Maqasid al-Sharia. So Islamic banks in Malaysia supports the usage of Islamic social finance, particularly zakat, wakaf, and sadaqah, in order to address poverty issues, as well as to address other areas, particularly the environmental aspects. So far, we just discussed on the social factors, but on the environment side, Islamic banks in Malaysia are also promoting the compliance towards ESG, which means that more and more Islamic banks are scrutinizing companies that do not fulfill the environment, that do not fulfill the governance factors, hence trying to change the behavior of companies so that they become what we say fulfilling the requirements of value-based intermediation as well as UN SDGs. So I stop at that. Thank you very much. Slightly above 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Azmi Ömer, for your such valuable contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance with the theme of Sustainable Development for Real Economy. Today we had two keynote speakers. The second one is now will deliver his speech. His name is Dr. Abdul Hafiz Sheikh. Before he's addressing his speech, I'd like to introduce him in brief. Dr. Abdul Hafiz Sheikh is the Pakistani Minister for Finance, Revenue, Economic Affairs and Statistics. He is an economist of international repute with over 30 years of experience in economic policy making, management, and implementation. His work experience includes Harvard University, World Bank, where he was country head for Saudi Arabia and a senior official, advised 21 countries in Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America, and also Minister for Finance, Planning and Development, Sindh, member of the Senate of Pakistan, Federal Minister for Investment and Privatization. He was a highly regarded member of the Senate of Pakistan and was chairman of the Senate's Committee on World Trade Organization. Dr. Sheikh's international experience includes assignment in Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Romania, Czech Republic, Iran, Kuwait, Argentina, Bangladesh, Jordan, Qatar, Malta, Tanzania, Ghana, and Libya. Dr. Sheikh has a PhD in economics and has authored many publications, including a book on Argentina. Please, Prof, stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, Rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be a part of the opening ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, especially Dr. Mehmet Bulut, for inviting me to join this prestigious forum. I would also like to sincerely appreciate the efforts of the university for organizing a very well thought out program for this conference and for bringing together experts in the area of Islamic economic and finance from all over the world. This event is happening in the backdrop of an unprecedented crisis related to the coronavirus. The whole world has been affected, and according to the IMF, the global GDP is going to contract by 3 to 4%. We in Pakistan have also been affected, and our GDP has taken a hit of about 3%. Also, our exports and remittances have been adversely affected, and industry and retail trade and manufacturing sectors have also suffered. We have tried to respond by offering an economic stimulus in which we have transferred cash into the hands of about 16 million families. At the same time, we have tried to provide different ways of helping our businesses by giving them liquidity, subsidized loans, and incentives so that the economic impacts are not as negative as they would be otherwise. I want to say that it is a pleasure for me to be a part of an event that is being held in Turkey. Pakistan and Turkey enjoy very cordial and special relations. These relationships cover the areas of politics and trade, commerce, and above all, an attachment of our people to each other's countries. We have still a lot of work to do to try and promote our business-to-business relationships and to try and galvanize our economies to work even better together in the future, to improve the close relationship that already exists, and to further deepen our relationship in trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very confident that the knowledge and expertise shared in this forum will contribute significantly towards enhancing collective understanding and expanding the boundaries of our understanding, and to benefit from the huge potential of Islamic finance to overcome the crisis we face and to stimulate sustainable economic growth. The development of Islamic finance in its present form can be traced back to the decade of the 60s. It is still relatively new as compared to conventional financial markets. However, it is growing rapidly, and the extension beyond Muslim majority jurisdictions reflects its much wider acceptability as a viable alternate and complement to conventional finance. According to the Islamic Financial Services Board, the Stability Report 2019, the Islamic finance industry stands at US dollars 2.4 trillion. Moreover, Thomson Reuters Islamic Finance Development Report mentions that there are around 1,400 Islamic finance institutions across more than 60 countries. In addition, dedicated academic, legal, regulatory, and supervisory institutions are providing a solid platform for development. The growth of Islamic banking and finance in Pakistan coincides with the global history of Islamic finance. We made attempts in the 1980s to bring the whole banking and financial system in conformity with Sharia principles. The pioneering works of the 80s, especially legal and regulatory fronts, have been a source of guidance and inspiration for many countries that initiated Islamic finance. Islamic banking was relaunched at the start of this millennium, since the attempt to transform the whole banking system during the 80s had limited success. This time, the methodology was modified to allow both Islamic and conventional banks to coexist, with customers having the option to do banking with the system of their preference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great sense of achievement that I share with you that the new approach has worked very well. The base of the Islamic banking industry is growing, and its share in the overall banking industry is also increasing. At present, the Islamic banking industry in Pakistan has 22 Islamic banking institutions, which include 5 full-fledged Islamic banks and 17 conventional banks with Islamic banking branches. These institutions are providing a wide range of Sharia-compliant products and services through their network of around 3,250 branches in 120 districts across the country. In addition, conventional banks operate 1,375 Islamic banking windows. Overall, Islamic banking has a 15% share in terms of assets of the banking industry, while the share has reached nearly 17% in terms of deposits. This remarkable growth in Islamic banking reflects the combined efforts of its stakeholders on supply side, but it also represents the overwhelming demand for Islamic banking in the country. The State Bank of Pakistan, our central bank, has also played a leading role in nurturing Islamic banking and placing it on a sound footing. Our comprehensive and multi-tiered Sharia compliance framework, designed to ensure Sharia conformity of Islamic banks' operations, is considered one of the best, and our central bank has been voted thrice as the best central bank for promoting Islamic finance by the Islamic Finance News of RED Money Group, Malaysia, in 2015, 17, and 18. The government of Pakistan believes in the potential of Islamic finance to contribute significantly towards economic development. And we have included Islamic finance as an integral part of Pakistan's national financial inclusion strategy, which targets both voluntary and involuntary financial exclusion. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy complements the targets set forth in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of poverty reduction, inclusive economic development, and shared prosperity. In my view, Islamic finance is most relevant to the SDGs and the Global Development Agenda for 2015 to 30, which require extraordinary mobilization of resources for implementation. The risk and reward sharing embedded in Islamic financing modes not only has the potential to enhance the allocation of resources in the real sectors of the economy, but it also tends to become a good tool for wealth distribution. In the same way, the inherent advantage of the Islamic financial industry to fund projects on the basis of equitable participation and profit sharing between financiers and entrepreneurs enables it to increase provision of formal financial services to unserved and underserved sectors such as small and medium enterprises, agriculture, low-cost housing, and microfinance. Therefore, to increase the outreach of Islamic finance to priority sectors, Islamic banking institutions in Pakistan have been assigned indicative sectoral targets, especially for SMEs and agriculture. Affordable housing and its related infrastructure has become the special focus of our government in the backdrop of the coronavirus. This is primarily because of the sector's potential to create employment and its many backward linkages. This is an important development since the housing industry provides an attractive opportunity for Islamic banks. In fact, Islamic financing constitutes a major share of housing finance in Pakistan. On the other hand, to promote and utilize Islamic finance, the government of Pakistan has not only issued domestic sovereign sukuk, but has also floated 4 international sukuk worth US $3.6 billion. Interestingly, all international sukuk were oversubscribed, indicating a lot of demand for Sharia-compliant instruments in the international market. In view of Pakistan's experience, I would urge this forum to further explore the possibilities of using the instrument of sukuk to generate resources for development. I would also like to highlight the emerging trend of ethical and green sukuk in the global arena. We must all appreciate that the issuance of green sukuk by Indonesia and Malaysia is a very welcome pioneering step, and that has opened up new vistas for investment by Islamic banks with the added advantage of environmental preservation. I would say that as the stakeholders in the growth of Islamic finance, we should all make collaborative efforts to introduce dynamic structures catering to the needs of both investors and market demand for Sharia-compliant resources. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance also has its deficits that need to be carefully worked on to ensure real, inclusive, and sustainable development. Most importantly, the area of microfinance largely appears to have been ignored by the Islamic finance industry. To remove this gap, the industry needs to bring further innovation and sophistication in the products to meet the diverse needs of the microfinance sector. In this context, I would like to use this forum to emphasize the urgent need for joint collaborative research with a special focus on Islamic microfinance. Furthermore, recent developments in financial technology, fintech, have introduced new business models and solutions that have potential to contribute not only towards operational efficiency, but also in providing digital financial services to customers. Though fintech's penetration into Islamic finance is still in its early stages, the potential disruptions to traditional Islamic finance cannot be underestimated. We must therefore also work on integrating the new and emerging models with the principles of Islamic finance. I'm sure you would all agree that the deployment of fintech cannot be more urgent than in the present situation of the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, the Islamic finance industry needs, in a concerted way, to address this very important issue. Ladies and gentlemen, as I draw towards a close, I would like to re-emphasize the need of increased collaborative research and development to capitalize on the inherent strengths of Islamic finance. Remarkably, Islamic finance offers a viable alternative to the debt-driven conventional banking infrastructure. For this purpose, the Islamic banking industry must strive to develop the capacity to tap strategically important sectors and create value for their shareholders, depositors, and their country's economy as a whole. For example, by introducing innovative risk-sharing products and services rather than replicating conventional risk transfer products. Most importantly, Islamic finance institutions must develop synergies through cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships across borders. It is equally critical for governments of Muslim states to promote and facilitate the efforts of Islamic financial institutions. This can be done, for example, through creating an enabling regulatory environment by consistent implementation of the Basel III and Islamic Financial Services Board frameworks. Number two, ensuring that systemic risks in dual banking systems, that is conventional and Islamic, are addressed. Three, implementing cross-border monitoring supervision. And four, harmonizing Sharia governance through efforts to unify cross-country Sharia rulings about Islamic finance. In addition, high-quality experts are required for collaborative research and enhanced cooperation through knowledge sharing, exchange programs of faculty and students, and contributions in research journals of good standing would also be necessary. I therefore want to say that we must work together and coordinate closely to achieve the broader objectives of enhancing growth of the Islamic financial industry, both at the regional and a global level. I'm looking forward to the recommendations that will emerge out of this prestigious forum. This is an event at a timely occasion, and I think there is a need not only to come up with practical solutions, but also to work together to implement them. Once again, I want to thank you for inviting me, and I want to wish you all the best in your proceedings.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, where Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. in phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, is the world's second largest international organization after the United Nations, with almost 1.8 billion people and 57 member countries spread over 4 continents. Since its establishment 40 years ago in Ankara, the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries, SESRIC, has been the first subsidiary organ of the OIC with the objective to serve the OIC and its member countries in the areas of statistics, economic and social research, and training and technical cooperation. To strengthen the existing ties and cooperation between Islamic countries, there is an obvious need for reliable and consistent data and information. Serving as the statistical data bank of the OIC, SESRIC contributes to the efforts of member countries to explore each other's potential and needs in order to enhance cooperation among themselves in various areas of socio-economic development. To serve this purpose, SESRIC collates and processes socio-economic statistics from the databases of national statistical offices of member countries and international organizations, and disseminates a large number of economic and social statistical indicators through various statistical applications developed by SESRIC, such as the OIC Statistics Database, OIC Countries in Figures, and others. In addition, SESRIC serves as the Secretariat of the OIC Statistical Commission, the only OIC corporation forum in the field of statistics, which convenes every year at the level of heads of the national statistical offices of the member countries and representatives of regional and international organizations to assess the possibilities for cooperation through exchange of views and best practices. In the field of statistics, SESRIC also organizes capacity building programs to share knowledge and experience among the national statistical offices of the member countries and improve their institutional capacities and human resources. In the field of economic and social research, SESRIC follows up, evaluates and analyzes the current socio-economic situation in the member countries and reports on this situation through its technical background research reports, which cover a wide range of areas including, but not limited to, trade, education, health, agriculture, poverty, environment, science and technology, transportation, tourism, and vulnerable social groups such as children, youth, women, and elderly people. These reports identify the problems and challenges facing member countries in these areas and suggest solutions for cooperation. In addition to these reports, SESRIC contributes to the policy dialogue mechanism within the OIC framework by preparing and leading the preparation of strategy documents, including programs of action, roadmaps and cooperation frameworks on various socio-economic fields and in accordance with the decisions and resolutions adopted by various relevant OIC platforms. SESRIC also shares the outcomes and findings of academic studies and papers in the field of development and cooperation in Islamic countries with the public through a quarterly published academic journal, Journal of Economic Cooperation and Development. The OIC member countries spread over almost 25% of the world land area on 4 continents and constitute 24% of the world's population with a wealth of natural resources, youth and dynamic human resources, fast-growing economies, and strategic trading regions. The OIC member states are also a center of attraction owing to their historical, cultural, and touristic values. However, although there are areas where these countries have relatively significant advantages, they are still lagging behind in many areas such as education, health, science and technology, and human development. Their shares in global production, trade, and foreign investment are still below the desired levels. SESRIC works to develop solutions to the various problems and challenges facing the member states through the cooperation and solidarity approach and by activating the great potential of these countries. SESRIC thus plays a significant role in enhancing the South-South cooperation within the OIC community by using various modalities such as institutional and human resources capacity building programs, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, and similar events for sharing knowledge and experience, field study visits, vocational education and skills training, cooperation portals, expert networks and rosters. Over the past few years, SESRIC has embarked upon several capacity-building projects and initiatives that enhanced knowledge transfer in different contexts based on mutuality, unity, and solidarity. While implementing several projects, SESRIC adopts a tripartite cooperation mechanism where member countries are actively involved to share knowledge, technology, expertise, and best practices, i.e. provider country, beneficiary country, and SESRIC as facilitator. SESRIC also contributes to the development efforts of individual member countries by supporting disadvantaged groups such as refugees and asylum seekers, through specific projects aimed at developing vocational and entrepreneurial skills. While facilitating the transfer of knowledge and experience among the relevant institutions in the member countries, CESRIC maintains a dynamic partnership with various relevant stakeholders, including government entities, international institutions, non-government organizations, as well as the private sector. Initiating and implementing various new cooperation modalities, CESRIC will continue to support the sustainable development efforts of the OIC member states with a view to enhancing the solidarity and prosperity of the member countries and the Muslim Ummah at large.
The Islamic Development Bank has been a symbol of trust, credibility, strength and stability for over 44 years. As we build on our successes of the past, we look to the future, a future of growth, empowering communities to drive their own economic and social progress at scale, investing in the infrastructure that enables them to fulfill their potential, building collaborative partnerships between public and private sectors, communities and nations, supporting science, technology and innovation-led solutions which aid the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
University in the city of civilizations, Istanbul. From proud past to bright future. Among the world's top 500 sustainable universities, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University prepares its students for illustration careers with its experienced academic staff, cutting-edge classrooms, technological research infrastructure, international collaborations, and diverse educational opportunities. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of Good Governance and Green Campus Cambridge IFA 3G Award in the year 2020.
Our next winner comes from the higher education sector. The Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is the proud winner of the 3G University Campus of the year 2020.
Welcome. My name is Mehmet Bulut and I am Director of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, an international research university with over 11,000 students, 4,000 of whom are postgraduate students. Just last year, we were listed in top 500 sustainable university campuses around the world by Green Metrics. Our scholars are proud pioneers in the field of Islamic economics and finance, halal industry, political science and international relations. We believe in social responsibility and public service to humanity. In this spirit, we provide full sponsored education to students from the regional conflict zones to all of the world. Our university grows day by day, featuring a diverse community from more than 95 countries in a large, beautiful green campus with a minimal carbon footprint, with over 60 square kilometers set aside for sustainable agriculture. We believe in that the most important capital and value is well-educated young generation. From our noble past to bright future, we are trying to do our best on higher education.
Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University is an international research university with over 10,000 students and an international student body hailing from over 87 countries to pursue degrees from among Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University's expansive selection of undergraduate and graduate programs. Science, exploration, innovation, art, sports, history, nature. The gates of the past that open into the future lay on this campus. Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University.
Our world today is full of opportunity, but it's also full of challenges, both to business and to investment. For countries to develop their economies, achieve their sustainable development goals, and create new jobs, they need to have access to finance and be able to mitigate political and commercial risk. So, to cater for the needs of the private sector in its member countries, the Islamic Development Bank Group created 3 dedicated business arms. Working with ISDB Group organizations means you gain more support for your projects, Islamic finance for your trade, and Islamic insurance against business risk. The Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credit, or ICIEF, helps to enlarge the scope of cross-border trade and facilitates foreign investment into IOC member countries. Our Sharia-compliant insurance and reinsurance solutions gives you the confidence to enter new markets, while minimizing risk and making your business more competitive. Well positioned in the credit and political risk industry, our range of products is widely accepted across the business community, helping member countries to grow their economies. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector, or ICD, provides access to Sharia-compliant finance. Our mission is to help businesses like yours thrive, and in turn boost the economic growth of the private sector in all our member countries. Islamic finance, mid to long-term finance, industry finance, large-scale infrastructure finance. Whether you're a deep-rooted establishment or a startup enterprise, our portfolio of finance solutions will help your business achieve its ambitions. We want businesses to flourish, and not just within their home markets. To catalyze trade, we founded the International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, or ITFC. By enhancing intra-OIC trade, we contribute to the growth of imports and exports in our member countries. Our solutions strengthen economies within, between, and beyond our member countries. With integrated trade solutions, including Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development programs, our client partnerships are designed to ensure their business success. Together, our organizations address every challenge your business faces through a comprehensive partnership formula. ICD finances your projects. ITFC finances and boosts your trade deals. ICIEF ensures your investment and export transactions. And ISDB's Group Business Forum, THICA, promotes synergy among ISDB group member countries. The result is a perfect ecosystem for your business to grow.
Neden katılım bankacılığı biliyor musunuz? Aslında cevap çok basit. Katılım bankacılığı, birlikte kazanmayı, bununla birlikte inanç ve değerlerimizi yok saymadan kazanmayı esas alır. Katılım bankacılığı, yatırımlarınızın doğru yerlere kanalize edilerek hem sizlerin hem de bankanızın adilce kazandığı bir sistemdir. Nasıl mı? Bir işe yatırım yaptığınızı ya da emeğinizi koyduğunuzu düşünün. O işten alnınızın teriyle elde ettiğiniz kar ne kadar hakkınızsa, birikiminizi katılım bankacılığında değerlendirerek elde ettiğiniz kar payı da o kadar hakkınızdır. Bizce kazanç kadar nasıl kazanıldığı da önemlidir. Bu yüzden katılım bankacılığında şeffaflık esastır. Birikiminizin nerede, ne şekilde değerlendirildiğini bilirsiniz. Böylece bankanızın yaptığı yatırıma, dolayısıyla bu yatırımdan elde edilen kâra ve zarara katılım bankasıyla birlikte ortak olursunuz. Paranız hem kanuni düzenlemelere hem de faizsiz bankacılık ilkelerine uygun yönetilmiş ve değerlendirilmiş olur. Bu sayede birikimleriniz inançlarınıza ters düşecek alanlara değil, toplum sağlığına hizmet eder. Kısaca sizlere daima güler yüzlü ve kaliteli hizmet veren katılım bankacılığı, aynı değerlerle yoğrulmuş, aynı yoldan geçmiş, aynı toprağa basan, aynı havayı soluyan bizlerin bankacılığıdır. Gücümüzü birleştirip birlikte üretmek, birlikte kazanmaktır. Çünkü siz kazandıkça, birlikte kazandıkça, omuz omuza bir oldukça biliyoruz ki Türkiye kazanır, Türkiye güçlenir. Türkiye katılımla güçleniyor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa
Bismillahir
rahmatullahi wa
Rahmanir
barakatuh.
Rahim. Welcome to session 10B of the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. And today is June 19, 2020, Friday. So this session is about non-profit sector in Islamic economic systems, the role of the fourth industrial revolution that we are going to talk about. We have 5 presenters today: Dr. Hisham Daftardar, Dr. Muhammad Zakhiri, Sister Farruha Neswa, Sister Aisha Ahmed, and Dr. Muhammad Bulud. So we'll start with our first presentation with Dr. Hisham Daftardar on the role of Awqaf in support of small and medium enterprises. So Dr. Hisham Daftardar, it is your turn. You can speak for 15 minutes and then thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will share my screen now. I don't know whether it's on.
It's on. If you drag your mic cursor, you will see there is a green button at the bottom. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I got it now. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. I will be speaking today about the support of Awqaf for small and medium scale enterprises. I will go through this presentation by first giving a very brief overview of the Awqaf sector, then a brief overview of the SME sector, and then the connection between the two sectors, and then the mechanisms available to Awqaf to support the SME sector, and then I will talk about the constraints and the benefits of Awqaf and some recommendations as well. So let me start by giving the overview of the Awqaf sector. Awqaf, as we know, is an Islamic system of transferring ownership of assets by a person to be held in trust for the purpose of using it, the asset that is, or its usufruct for a general or a specific charitable purpose. And these charitable purposes are not limited to any finite list, but they include a whole host of charitable actions like, education, healthcare, alleviation of poverty, and so on. So Awqaf really is a social and economic sector, and the Awqaf organizations are by nature Islamic not-for-profit entities. They represent a vast array of economic and social and cultural activities, and together these organizations, they constitute a major social and economic sector. The importance of this sector is that it controls a huge number of assets. It has a big social expenditure. It employs a big number of people, and it has a significant contribution to the economy. Actually, in some countries, it adds as much as 10% to the GDP. Of course, the receipt of zakat and awqaf and nuqud adds to the availability of resources of the awqaf sector. And now, on the other hand, we have the SME sector, and this SME sector is very important, and in most countries, it accounts for more than 95% of the company population and more than 60% of the workforce, and between 50 to 75% of the country's GDP. The SMEs are efficient, flexible, they are responsive to changes and to market conditions. They assist in local development, and they offer growth potential, and some of these SMEs, they grow into very large-scale enterprises. Now, what is the connection between Awqaf and SMEs? Well, Awqaf and SMEs, they do complement each other. Awqaf as an Islamic institution to combat poverty and enhance welfare has a developmental role to boost the economy and complement the government's social initiatives. SMEs, they are vehicles for Awqaf to deploy stagnant capital to earn good return in diversified projects that harmonize with the Awqaf purposes. SMEs, on their part, they also help achieve fair distribution of wealth by regional dispersion of economic activities, and the partnership with the private sector between Awqaf and the private sector is really an extension of Awqaf's own facilities and resources, where Awqaf can help the SME sector by providing cash and as well as financial and non-financial support. Why? Because SMEs, they do really have certain challenges and constraints. Some of these constraints are financial, some of them are non-financial. In the financial constraints, we see that most of the SMEs, they have inadequate capital, they have inadequate access to finance, they lack collateral security, and they do have high financial transaction costs if compared with their larger counterparts. On the non-financial constraints, we can see that the SMEs, they have a high mortality rate, probably because they lack succession planning. They have weak business and management skills. They lack training. They need development. They need also access to technology. And above all, they do face tough competition from the larger enterprises. But Awqaf, how do they select projects? The project for Awqaf, in order to participate in a project or to finance it or to help it or to take a share in it, first of all, the project must comply with Sharia. This is the first requirement, and it should conform to the Awqaf ethos and objectives. The project should bring a socially beneficial, useful product to the marketplace or to provide a needed community service. The project should also have a high developmental and social impact, such as poverty reduction or providing employment opportunities and so on. And there are, on the other hand, restrictions. The Awqaf, when they come into a project, after they select it, they do impose some restrictions on the SME. The first restriction, of course, is that the Sharia compliance. It means they cannot borrow, in interest-bearing loans, and their operations must all be halal. So these are the Sharia restrictions. Awqaf can impose restriction also on admission of new partners and investors, because Awqaf wants to know who is coming into the business if we are going to finance it. So they do not want to really partner with people who do not conform to Awqaf ethics. And the company vision, the SME vision and objectives should fit in with Awqaf purposes and principles. And also Awqaf put a restriction on the pledging of assets, mainly because Awqaf, the protection of asset and asset preservation comes as a top priority. So Awqaf support, Awqaf can give two types of support. It can give financial support and non-financial support. Of course, the financial support, it can be by way of financing. It could be participatory, which means that Awqaf can take equity participation in the business or provide seed capital, and or they can do project financing, or they can also give concessionary support, such as giving grants or soft loans, Qard Hasan and so on. Or they can give ancillary financial support, such as providing guarantees or takaful insurance, and they can assist in financial planning. The non-financial support, Awqaf can give in-kind asset contribution. They probably can give, contribute on their part some waqf land that can, be used by the business, and hence they can share the return. The Awqaf can also give advisory services, and can also provide incubation programs for startup companies. The Sharia compliant modes of financing, when we talk about the participatory modes, there are mudaraba, the diminishing musharaka, indefinite musharaka, the long lease. I put it here as participatory because it's some of these hukr, they extend for hundreds of years, and therefore they are more like sharing in the business. The other type of support is they can give project financing, and the modes of financing include istisna, which is construction financing, murabaha, installment sale, ijara, that is to say leasing, or bay' salam, which is like forward contract financing. And the concessionary financing is the Qard Hasan, or the benevolent loan, and they can also give grants for some of the startups. The fundamentals of the participatory financing is that in this case Awqaf have to take a share in the company, in the SME, in which case there is no predetermined profit. Here Awqaf must share in the risks as well as in the profits in the business, and it does prohibit participation in business deals or trading which work on pure speculation. The Qard Hasan is again comes from the benevolent loan, and the source of that, most of it comes from the cash waqf that is provided by waqf donors. Here the waqf lends money to the business without interest because it's Qard Hasan, and the beauty of this is that it encourages prepayment, but can also, the borrower can delay payment if it genuinely needs more time. There will be, Awqaf, because it is Qard Hasan, they are not going to take legal action to recover the money if there is a genuine need for the time. Financing, again, there are microfinancing that Awqaf can come in, and there are micro projects. These come to the small cottage industries where loans usually are given in the amounts of between $100 to $500 for micro projects, and the experience says that these micro businesses, they do have a very good repayment record, and they really conform to Awqaf ethics and Awqaf mandate, because they do deliver economic benefit and they do help the lower strata of the community. Of course, there are, when Awqaf is dealing with the private sector, there are certain risks that Awqaf is taking. Some of these risks are financial, some of them are non-financial. The financial risk, of course, there are, the investment risk, the market risks, the exchange risk, we all know about them. And there are ways and how to calculate them, formulas, and ways of mitigating these risks. And there are also the non-financial risk, like the compliance, Sharia, and legal. and there are behavioral risk and reputation and trust risk. And these risks, the non-financial risks, really, they are much more difficult to measure, and they are much more difficult to mitigate, because the harm is usually more noticed and felt than it is measured and quantified. And in this case, it's not a question of giving formulas to measure and so on. Usually there is descriptive information is used in lieu of numerical financial estimates to deal with the negative impacts of non-financial risks. Now, what are the benefits? There are benefits to Awqaf. Awqaf does benefit really from helping it's not a one-way street. Awqaf does benefit from its participation with the Awqaf with the SME sector, because the small projects, they do help diversify and spread of the risk. Small projects, they do provide Awqaf with a steady source of income and cash flows, which Awqaf needs also for their own purposes. And Awqaf investments in small projects can be aligned to Awqaf objectives of community development through job creation and economic output. And more important also, Awqaf investments do promote Islamic values and Sharia compliance in the projects they participate in. On the other hand, there are also benefits to the SME, because Awqaf sponsorship is most useful in achieving higher profile for the project of the SME. When an SME has an Awqaf as a partner, it does lift the image of that SME. Awqaf emphasis on capital preservation and asset protection does help SME in dealing with the protection element, and to eliminate risky and speculative investments. Awqaf can increase the success of the business by providing assistance with enterprise development and access to finance. An SME tied to Awqaf has access to funds and assistance not available to competitors of equal size. Awqaf can assist in growth to motivate to move from being micro to small, from small to medium, and even to large-scale enterprise. Many of today's big corporations started as small business families, and Awqaf investment in SME increase awareness of Awqaf work and stimulate integration between economic development and social welfare. There are also overall benefits to society in general. Awqaf investments in SMEs play a pivotal role in the health of the economy. They create an environment of innovation. SMEs are a source of affordable consumer goods and services for the poor. They represent a countervailing force against the economic hegemony of a large enterprise. Partnership with Awqaf works to involve private sector in social safety net system for the country. Awqaf investment provides social capital to develop SME sector and give the entrepreneurial poor access to finance. Awqaf small projects create employment opportunities, so the whole society will benefit from that. SMEs provide potential for women and disadvantaged groups to gain access under better conditions to productive and sustainable work opportunities. Through these partnerships, Awqaf can encourage, motivate, and compel bigger companies to behave responsibly. And, the sample of, I don't need to go through these, there are many samples of SME projects. And finally, I will conclude by saying Awqaf are a major force in the national economy. They can play a vital role in alleviating poverty by creating employment and fostering development. The integration of Awqaf and small business is an effective way to overcome the constraints and challenges faced by SMEs as this relationship grows and develops to become an integral part of the Islamic financial system. What are my recommendations? The recommendations: Awqaf organizations should develop strategies for investment in SME projects that include training and incubator facilities for startup businesses. We recommend also that government should create an enabling environment for Awqaf SMEs by relaxing certain laws and developing simplified taxation regimes that is conducive to promote innovation, diversification, and growth of the sector. Also, I recommend that Islamic banks and financial institutions should be encouraged to make Awqaf SME project financing part of their corporate social responsibility by providing special credit lines and risk-sharing schemes for Awqaf SME projects. That's all I have, and this is the end of my presentation. I hope I'm within the time limit.
Yeah, just about a little bit exceeding, but that's good. Brother Hisham, he's talking about how the Awqaf can support SMEs and how the SMEs themselves can support Awqaf earn some revenues. So with this thought, we'll move to the second presentation. I want to reserve some time if people have questions later on. At the end, if we have some time and any participant would like to raise a question with any presenter, we will try to put some questions at that time. And I also would like to remind presenters that you have your mobile or anything to time. So each one has 15 minutes. You just start your stopwatch, so it will be better and easy for you, because sometimes it is difficult for people to see the chat where I'm sending the messages. So our next presenter is Dr. Muhammad Zakhiri. He will talk about viable and effective Waqf model for the development and commercialization of Waqf properties. So this is another angle of Awqaf other than the SMEs. So please go ahead, Brother Dr. Muhammad Zakhiri.
So
we cannot hear you.
Is on the.
Please introduce your co-authors as well, and then because I have not introduced any co-authors, I leave it to you.
Our paper, we are from Malaysia, and our the author is from Israel University. I myself, Muhammad Zakhiri Makno, and the second author is Adi Munira alias Azhar, Yohani Yusuf, Al-Hanisham, Muhammad Khalid. We are from University Utara Malaysia, and Azlan Iskandar from University Islam Science Malaysia, and Mr. Burhan Siti from Istanbul Zaim University. So our paper is basically on a viable and effective Waqf model for the development and commercialization of Waqf property, where we will examine various models development that have been developed in Malaysian context as far as development and commercialization of the Waqf property. Waqf institutions have given tremendous benefits not only to the Muslim community but also to the public at large by looking at the successful public project funded via Waqf, such as Al-Azhar University in Egypt, University of Cordoba, and Nur Hospital in Damascus. In Malaysia, the existence of Waqf institution believed to have started more than 800 years ago when the Arab traders brought Islam to the land in 10th century. In Malaysia, cash Waqf is accepted as one of the Waqf instruments in Islamic based on the fatwa delivered by 7 fatwa councils, which stated that giving Waqf in the form of cash Waqf is permissible. That's enumerated by Ashraf, Ramli, Abdullah Jalil, and whatnot. Waqf, although the state matter, because in Malaysia we have federal matters under federal constitution, but wakaf is under the state matter. We have 40 states in Malaysia. Wakaf, although the state matter, has become a national agenda due to its huge potential to benefit the Muslim community as a whole and public, as stated by Ashraf in his book Model Perbadanan Wakaf Corporate Analysis Wakaf Selangor in Management Journal. Conceptualizing of wakaf. Literally, wakaf means restraining or stop. Anwarullah Piche, which delivered from the Arabic word waqafa. Wakaf is something that is donated for communal use for the usage related to religious matters. So the objective of the paper is basically to conceptualize wakaf, various wakaf models, and to propose viable and effective wakaf model for the development and commercialization of wakaf property. So wakaf tenets, we have Waqif, Al-Mawquf Bih, Al-Mawquf Alayh, Al-Sirah, Al-Waqaf, and all these things have been discussed thoroughly in the fiqh book. And historical development of the wakaf started from the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam time, either among the rich or the poor, that since there are many Quran verses, hadith inspired them about the goodness and priority of giving wakaf. So in the era of Ottoman Empire, the practice of wakaf has actively spread all over the world, starting from the era of the Prophet ﷺ, continued the legacy of four Sahabah, Khulafa al-Rashidin, and also during various Muslim empires such as Ottoman Empire. During 19th and 20th centuries, centralization movement of modernization in the West had some negative effect on wakaf system in Ottoman Empire and the rest of Islamic world, as stated by Ahmad Sadar 2015. And then we try to examine, this paper also examine various wakaf models that we will develop for property development and commercialization. First, we have wakaf model collaboration of IBIM under My Wakaf model, where 6 Islamic banks collaborate with Islamic Religious Council in 40 states in Malaysia, and where they are mobilized all the wakaf asset to develop for certain projects. For education, economic empowerment, health, and investment. And say, for example, in Islamic Maybank Islamic in Malaysia, they collaborate with Perak Religious Councils, where the wakaf money to help the fisheries in buying the boat and all the apparatus and tools for fisheries. Wakaf movement also been been developed in the education sectors, health, and investment. So, as far as this collaboration is concerned, funds collected through participating bank branches which have exceeded at the moment 1.5 million. And consequently, in April last year, My Wakaf has entered into second phase, with launching of the My Wakaf portal to provide various channels of collection across Malaysia. So each bank they set up the online banking, where give all the public to disburse the money through Wakaf, and the Wakaf fund will be mobilized, and we collaboration with each state for certain project development, either in education, managing the fund for the poor and whatnot. Among the project under My Wakaf model, Hemodialysis Center, that's one under Fauza Hospital in the Perlis, northern part of Malaysia. Both Wakaf project, as I mentioned to you just now, in Perak, the Sekolah Menengah Islam Seremban in Negeri Sembilan, and Batu Wakaf Fund in Sarawak. And then we have another Wakaf model. This is in northern part of Malaysia, Wakaf Siti Aisyah. Mainly to cater the issue of affordable housing, where we integrate the wakaf land with the developers, where we can we collaboration with the Islamic Religious Councils, and we in the end of the day we will be able to to cater the issue of affordable housing. Wakaf Siti Aisyah has founded as a conditional wakaf, where Al-Waqif has laid down specific requests to the benefits arise from the wakaf property. That is basically to hold Kunri Arwah to pay and provide kerosene oil for the mosque, to send money for Makkah annually. The residual wakaf income will be used to repair the mosque and whatnot. Initially, wakaf istiwasha was paddy cultivation. This is a piece of the land, all about 9.86 acre, endowed by Waqif by the name of the Siti Aisyah, way back in 1901. And currently is governed by MAIN, is State Religious Council in Penang. It is the northern part of Malaysia. And we have specific law that govern the entire operation. That is enactment of Islamic Administration Law 1959. So in 2013, Wakaf Siti Aisyah project has successfully developed 76 units of double-story terrace houses, involving 21 million total cost project for the buyers who intend to buy the said house using Islamic financing facility. They collaborate with Bank Islam in Malaysia. And then the issue on Tawaruk, Islamic financing facility. And then we have multiple agreement between the parties concerned. One of it Ijara agreement, and either a Raji bank or Islamic bank. At the moment, only two or three banks that they are willing to give to inject the money to help for development project. That are Raji bank, it is a Saudi bank, and then we have Bank Islam, and then the bank is Bank Muamalat. And then we have another work in Kuala Lumpur in the Bank Islam building itself by Wakaf Al-Dawji. This is integration between Majlis Agama Islam of Kuala Lumpur and Lembaga Tabung Haji and to develop the Wakaf land that has been developed by the Waqif by the name of Dawji. And to start Menara Wakaf project, Lembaga Tabung Haji in Malaysia leased the Wakaf land from Mawid via istisna contract by way of BOT. Once the development of Menara Imarah Wakaf project has been completed, the Ijara agreement will take effect between Lembaga Tabung Haji and Majlis Ugama Islam in Malaysia, where Lembaga Tabung Haji leases the building from Mawid, and Lembaga Tabung Haji shall operate and manage this building for a term of 25 years. Meanwhile, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad will be the main tenant of that particular building, and all the income projected we will channel to Majlis Ugama Islam, and the fund will be developed. So perhaps the things going on and on, perhaps we can have another project for next building, but all the entire benefits still hold by the Waqif itself. Then we have another project, we call it by Waqaf An-Nur Corporation. This is southern part of Malaysia. There's a corporate Waqaf shares by the business institution with the distribution of benefit is based on the share investment dividend in Bursa Malaysia and the annual company profit, as stated by Nurul Ashikin. Corporate share Waqaf model is specific mechanism that can be used by the corporate entity to contribute benefit or proceeds of share ownership, particularly the annual dividend, in order to support the charity works and religious institutions. Then we have Awqaf Holding Berhad model. This is establishing company based on the Waqaf. The core business is to manage the Waqaf property and to provide charitable programs. Among the beneficiaries are the participant in Zuriat Care program, which focuses on creating awareness and the phenomenon of abandoned babies and whatnot. We cater for certain privileged people in Malaysia. And other programs such as EduCare is designed to assist the students who are in need of assistance of education, who we mobilize the Waqaf money for that matter. And then public awareness program on Waqaf are also conducted among the public, which include Institute of Higher Education. Currently, it has 751 contributors with a total contribution of 4.8 million, as illustrated by Abdul Halim in his 2018. So potential advantages of Waqaf for Al-Waqif: receive continuous goodness and huge blessing from Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. So we preserve the property, we protect this property. For Mutawali, we hold the property on trust, Waqaf manager. So we need to conduct high impact project, evaluate the project and whatnot. and at the same time we can, you know, do the corporate social responsibility and promote wakaf activities to the general public at large. And then for beneficiaries, mawku alai, free education, medical services for underprivileged and whatnot, opportunity for entrepreneurships, like our friends mentioned just now, for SME and whatnot. So what is the impact to the, you know, advantages to the country? Reduce public expenditure, not to relying on the what called the tax and whatnot. It's like social capital, welfare for the median Malaysian, and as I mentioned to you just now about the issue of affordable housing. And then impact on law and development and commercialization of wakaf property. In Malaysia, we have the issue of our registered wakaf land. We have so many, you know, wakaf land abandoned, but it's not been registered. It's supposed to be registered so that we have all the, you know, solid data. So only then we can project and we can mobilize the issue of istibdal and tawrik and whatnot. And then we also have the issue of the court jurisdiction, whether it fall under the jurisdiction of federal court or Sharia court and whatnot. And we need to expedite when there is a dispute about the wakaf land in Malaysia. And then the issue of insufficiency in wakaf investment, financial management, accounting and reporting and whatnot, you know, and failure to list out the wakaf property at the competitive rate, weaknesses in the Islamic Religious Council control, unable to collect 100% of the total rental income for the wakaf property, no proper and standard wakaf reporting systems. These are the things that perhaps we can improve. And then location of the wakaf land, because it's scattered, so we need to, you know, integrate about the istibdal concept and tawrik concept. But then it's happened that, you know, we through istibdal and tawrik contract, we will be able to develop a madrasah asaliyah. There is a shopping complex, and then a big airport in northern part of Kedah, in Kedah. These are all the wakaf land, where we you know, we try to invoke about istibdal concept, so that we find a suitable land which is suitable and commercially viable for development and commercialization. So in a nutshell, wakaf can be considered as a sleeping giant, since there are lots of potential and developed wakaf property in Malaysia. The successful of the wakaf system has been proven in the history of since the Prophet times ﷺ until the Ottoman Empire and the part of the Islamic world and jurisdiction. The development of wakaf must be progressive, take place in Malaysia, since there are numbers of successful wakaf model at the moment. So recently we have my wakaf model, Wakaf Siti Aisyah, for, you know, property development, housing project and whatnot. And then Menara Wakaf Imarah based on BOT integration between Lembaga Tabung Haji Malaysia and Bank Islam. And then we have Wakaf Nun model, Wakaf Holding Berhad, that caters for issue of abandoned babies and underprivileged and for education and whatnot. So this can be a new reference in the future for property development and commercialization. So with that, we end our presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sorry. Thank you, Brother Zakhiri. My microphone was off while I was talking. Thank you for keeping your time. This is very good that you maintain your time. And you have talked about different evolving Waqf models. There are certain questions that I would just like to raise now. If we have time, we will come back. The first thing, that how to measure the impact of Waqf. This is something which needs to be focused in future studies. The second is that moving to commercialization takes away the sight from the social objective of the Waqf. So how to maintain the balance? Because when Waqf tries to commercialize, they sometimes they are thinking that they will use the proceeds for social objectives, but the time for that comes later. So these are the two questions that you can think of later. If we have time, we can come back to that. With this thanks, I'd like to move to our third presenter, Sister Farouha M. Niswa from Indonesia. She will be talking about a different dimension, that the main strategy of Waqf development in Indonesia, the Sharia housing business, and the analytic network process approach that she's talking. So this is your turn. Your 15 minutes are starting now with the Farouha.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the time. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Farouha Muzainatun Niswa from Universitas Indonesia with the other co-author, Dr. Nur Wahidin and Professor Nurul Huda. In here, I'm going to explain about our research is about the main strategy of the Waqf development in Indonesia Sharia housing business with analytic network process or ANP approach. So in today's presentation, I'm going to start with the introduction and I'm going to close with the conclusion and also recommendation. Okay, in Islam we have Waqf. Waqf is social financial instrument with a value, social and economic value. Waqf can be a tool to achieve community welfare, property allocation, wealth distribution, and also economic empowerment of the community. Waqf also has sustainable benefits and rewards, and the difference with the other social instruments is the flexibility of the distribution of the benefits. Indonesia has very big potential of Waqf. Indonesian Waqf Board declared that Indonesia has cash Waqf potential around 77 trillion rupiahs per year, and a Waqf land potential around 420,000 hectares. But in realization, there's just 50,000 hectares that recorded in the Ministry of the Religious Affairs. And within the recorded Waqf land, around 72.94% is used for the construction of the mosque. We can say that the mosque utilization of the Waqf land in Indonesia is still not productive enough, or we can say that it's not optimal in the productive activities. And Waqf should be developed for the productive activities. And one of the productive Waqf is Sharia housing. Why Sharia housing? Because house is a basic human need that must be met. And then the property business has a very high potential of profit, and it doesn't violate Sharia. Sharia housing can integrate it into Waqf because the value of the Waqf and sustainability of the benefits will continue to be maintained. And then the Waqf land, on the Waqf land will be built for the housing, and after that we can lease to the community. And that the profit from this project can be used for the business development and the community welfare programs. In Indonesia, it has 3 Waqf-based housing projects, such as flats for the poor, or in Indonesia we say Rusunawa in Bojonegoro City, and then the second one is low-cost housing for Hafiz, or people who want to memorize Al-Quran by the Waqf Asset Management, Bank Asset Waqf, and then the last is rental housing by Dompet Alfa. But among these projects, there are still many problems. Or we can say that the Waqf-based housing in Indonesia is still not optimal. So that's why analysis is needed on what are the priority strategies that can be done to optimize the Waqf-based housing in Indonesia. So in this research, we'll use analytic network process as analysis. So the development of Waqf in housing has been carried out in several countries, such as Singapore, Malaysia, Kuwait, Sudan, and the others. The most popular mechanism that they use is partnership, a partnership between the developer and Nadir. Here, the developer gonna build, reconstruct, and also fund the project, the Waqf project, and after with the put operate transfer system, and then after residential construction is done, they sell. The developer gonna rent to the people, and then with the system, with long lease system, and usually it's around 1990 years. And the profit from this project gonna share between developer and Nadir based on the equity portion. While Indonesia has a different mechanism, Indonesia has Dompet Duafa as one of the national Nadir and one of the bigger Wakaf development agency in Indonesia that use entirely the fund to development for Wakaf development is from Wakaf. So here, Wakif give the money to the Dompet Duafa as a Nadir, and then the Dompet Duafa get build the housing on the Wakaf land, and then after the residential unit are done, and then they sell. They rent to the people, and then profit from this project is allocated to the several parts. There are around 40% for beneficiaries of the Wakaf, 30% for reinvestment or new capital creation, 20% for business development, and 10% for Nadir as profit sharing. In this research, we use analytic network process. It is a decision-making method based on the many criteria developed by Thomas Society in 1996. The advantage of ANP is its ability to assist decision-making in measuring and synthesizing a number of factors in hierarchy and network more simply. ANP here use the primary data from in-depth interview with the informant who already expert in their field. So, there are several studies have already discussed the relevance of the Wakaf in housing development, but most of them are discussed about a Wakaf for housing intended for poor, or just a mechanism of the payment in the use of Wakaf in the procurement of the housing. However, there is no specific main strategy, the Wakaf development in a Sharia housing business. The use of ANP method is also can be a distinctive point of the research that has been done. This research is a mixed method, which is a combination between qualitative and a quantitative research by using ANP as a data analysis. And then the data used in this study are primary and also secondary data. The primary data in this study were obtained from in-depth interviews with the experts, practitioners, and academicians of the Wakaf and Sharia housing as representation of regulator, Nadir housing developer, and also community regarding the strategies in developing Wakaf for Sharia housing in Indonesia. And the sampling method that was used, was purposive sampling. Here in this research, there are 7 respondents of sample, and the data processed with the help of the super distinct software, and the result, the data is declared a consistent or valid because the inconsistency value is below 10% or 0.1. So this is the result. As you can see, this one is strategy. In the strategy, we have 3 criteria. That's Wakaf literacy, site-based development, and also synergy with other parties. But among these criteria, the top of priority is Wakaf literacy. So here it is. Now, Wakaf literacy is the main strategy that must be done to develop Wakaf-based Sharia housing in Indonesia. And among the sub-criteria, the main priority in Wakaf literacy strategy is literacy related to the urgency Wakaf to the community. And then the second priority is side business development. Here, the side business development, the main business that has to be developed is selling support services to the tenants. And then the third strategy or the last strategy is synergy with the parties. And the main party is the synergy between the government, Indonesian Wakaf Board, and also National Nadir. Okay. And here are the explanations. So the practice strategy that can be implemented so that the development of the Wakaf-based Sharia housing can be optimally carried out are: the first is Wakaf literacy, and then the second one is side business development, and then the last one is synergy with other parties. So Wakaf literacy is the key to optimize a Wakaf-based Sharia housing in Indonesia. This is because the literacy of the Indonesian Muslim community regarding Wakaf is still relatively low. Through literacy, a productive wakaf can be known and understood by the wider community, not only by Nadir, so that the development of the productive wakaf, especially for Sharia housing business, can be optimal. And then the main priority in the wakaf literacy strategy is the literacy related to the urgency of wakaf to the community. The understanding of the Indonesian Muslim regarding wakaf is still traditional. They only know that wakaf is intended for the construction of schools, cemeteries, mosques, and other social projects, and not productive wakaf. And the second strategy is site-based development in Sharia housing. And the main income in the Sharia housing business is derived from the rent paid by the residents of the houses. However, as in the property business in general, there are some costs that must be covered for operational activities, such as paying housing court, security guard, maintenance, or repairing the damages at facilities. So the business like laundry, cleaning services, payment of the token or electric pulses can be alternative to increase the income. And also there is renting a land or shop houses to the other parties to open a business in housing complex, such as for mini market, canteen, a drinking water depot, and the others. And with the many facilities around the housing, will be able to attract prospective residents to live in the housing. Okay, this is the last strategy, is the synergy between the government. The government here is the Ministry of the Religious Affairs, and then the other parties is Indonesian Wakaf Board and also National Nadir. So the synergy with the Ministry of Religious Affairs is really important because they have a rule of the regulation for the regulation and also socialization of the wakaf, while Indonesian Wakaf Board is responsible for a national wakaf issue. And another national nadir, and also important because they can share their idea and experiences to find the best mechanism for wakaf development in Sharia housing. So synergy between these institution also can be done to make a joint project as a pilot project, as a proof to the community that wakaf can be developed for Sharia housing. Wakaf can be commercialized. It can be used as a business that generates more profits, so that the benefits can be for many people. Okay, now this is the conclusion. From this research, we can conclude the top priority of the wakaf development strategy in Indonesian Sharia housing business is wakaf literacy. It is to increase the people awareness and urgency of the wakaf. And then the next strategy is site-based development to increase income. And the last is synergy with the government, Indonesia Wakaf Board, and National Media. We also recommend some points. The first one is the research show that people's knowledge is still low related to the productive wakaf. Increasing public knowledge about wakaf through literacy can increase public knowledge and can encourage people awareness. And then the second one is wakaf literacy to the community related to the wakaf urgency should be done, especially to the millennial generation. The effective way of the wakaf literacy that can be used is through online media, with the use of various social media such as Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and other popular social media used by the millennials. And then the last, cooperation between the competent wakaf institutions or national nadir to make a joint project as a pilot project for wakaf-based Sharia housing to increase public trust of wakaf productive. So this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you very much, Sister Niswa. She has talked about the strategy in Indonesia for Awqaf, and the two main problems identified are the need to increase the awareness and understanding of Awqaf among the people, and to create a strategy within the government to promote such Awqaf for housing and for other things. The same question that I asked with the earlier presenter are valid in your case as well, that how how to measure the impact of such waqaf if they come into play, and how to balance between the profit motive and the social motive of the waqf. So this is, I would like to ask you again if we have time in the end. So our next presenter is Sister Aisha Ahmed. She is going to talk about developing a waqf-based crowdfunding model for financing hospitals in Nigeria. So floor is yours, Sister Aisha Ahmed. You have 15 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening,
Alaikum
moderator and other presenters. My name is Aisha Ahmed, and I'm from Istanbul Sabahat Zaim University. The topic I'm talking about is developing a waqf-based crowdfunding model for financing a hospital in Nigeria. And this paper was supervised by Dr. Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri from Istanbul Sabahat Zaim University and Dr. Mustafa Umar, International Islamic University, Malaysia. The contents of my presentation are introduction, research problem, research objectives, methodology, results, and the conclusion. The introduction is that Nigeria is a highly populated country with over 200 million people and an annual growth rate of 2.6% in 2018, making it the most populated country in Africa. The poverty rate at the same time is 64% in 2018, which Human Development Index ranked 152 globally in 2018, and high mortality, maternal mortality rate in the country. The healthcare system is inaccessible with low or no modern equipment. In some cases where that's the very little cases where there's accessibility or availability. And especially in the rural areas, there's inaccessibility to healthcare system. And the government total expenditure on health as a percentage of GDP is 3.7, ranked among the lowest globally according to a World Health Organization report. The work throughout Islamic history has good track record of supporting various socio-economic developments, including healthcare services. And today, Waqf institutions are increasingly adopting the fintech, especially the crowdfunding for worldwide outreach to mobilize Waqf funds. Waqf adoption is cost-effective, fast, efficient, and transparent compared to the traditional model of funding. The research problem is this. Several studies have discussed Waqf and healthcare in general, and a few studies developed Waqf-funded healthcare models. Some of these studies examine the existing models in practice, and most of these works examine the traditional-based models. A few of these studies investigated the work of crowdfunding models, because most of the studies are done as in relation to financial sectors and SMEs. There is hardly any studies on work of crowdfunding healthcare model, especially in the case of Nigeria, where this study fills in the research gap. The research objectives are that we need to examine the issues of healthcare services in Nigeria and the failure of the existing healthcare model in the country, investigate the potentials of the Waqf-based model towards funding healthcare services, develop Waqf-based crowdfunding model for financing a hospital in Nigeria, provide suggestions for future studies. The literature review is divided into 3 groups. The first group actually discusses Waqf and healthcare system, which is the traditional system used. And then the second study is on the practices of Waqf and then doing some healthcare provisions in the traditional way. There's also the third group of study, which has to do with the crowdfunding and Waqf, but not specifically aimed at the healthcare funding, unfortunately, there's not much on the work of actually utilized with the healthcare system. The methodology used in the study is the qualitative research, in which the survey of the literature was utilized in identifying and analyzing critical issues related to the healthcare services in Nigeria, then identify the research gaps, and then identify the relevant concepts, dimensions, and elements for constructing the work-based crowdfunding model for financing the hospital in the country, and then content analysis for constructing the work-based crowdfunding model for financing the hospital, and discussing its merits, actually. This is the work-based crowdfunding model that was developed, and the main sources of funds are from donors, which could be institutional or individual donors. The crowdfunding platform is actually our choice because there's so much research done on the willingness of people or citizens, especially the Muslims that are supposed to contribute to Waqf in the country. But the research found out that many have some kind of distrust on the means of the transparency of the means of collections. The crowdfunding platform is a very transparent platform where each donor sees what he or she contributes, and every other person sees that. After the funds are collected through the platform, they are now passed to the management board, which is, I'm going to explain its composition in the next slide. The management board now invests the funds in building the projects, and some parts of the funds in building a shopping mall, which will have so many shops and outlets that will be rented out. Revenue derived from this mall will be reinvested through the management board. And the hospital will be a place where the needy, the poor will get healthcare services free or at a very highly subsidized rate in some cases, depending on the division or categorization being followed. But this shopping mall is actually the sustainable aspect of the project in summary. The management board is this. The management board will consist of an advisory committee, the management hospital, the investment board, the supervisory board, and the board of trustees. The management board is explained here. The board of trustees will comprise of representatives of the federal and state governments, and the supreme religious leader, representatives of religious sects, because unfortunately we have like a kind of so much religious sects, Islamic sects in the country, and the respected elders. This board of trustees has this composition to give confidence to the donors of the work of funds on to actually give them that confidence that the funds are going to be utilized in the most judicious way. The work of management, the hospital management is going to have a chief executive officer in charge of the hospital management, and the chief executive officer also in charge of the investment management aspects, where in this case it's the mall. There's the supervisory board. The supervisory board is going to be the board that will supervise the whole processes of the two projects, and it's going to be an entirely different composition is going to be there to make it really different from to make it like an overseer. There's also the advisory committee, which advises the management board on the policy matters concerning the worker. The supervisory board and its chart of activities. This, I'm just going to give a brief on it. This is WACF and it's aimed at the poor and needy. So we have a WACF beneficiaries record office where all records are going to be, and there will be a kind of verification to get authentic beneficiaries. And the operations, the construction of the projects and estate maintenance, we'll have the project management and also the audit. The audit actually must have a kind of internal and external audits, which will be autonomous. Then the conclusion, the model has several merits and it's very promising. It's an all-inclusive means of collection and pooling funds from the public, given consideration to both small and big donors. And there's this willingness based on previous research studies of Muslims donating, but they don't really have a reliable means of doing that. They all want to help, but there's no means to help. At least if there's this kind of model, there's a means of doing it in the right way. Then transparency in collections through available records of collection, the crowdfunding platform, which I've explained earlier. The board, consisting of honest and reputable members of the society, will also give the donators and also the beneficiaries a kind of relief, saying that it's reputable people there. Transparency in the governance structure of the model. Then the supervisory board, which is responsible for overseeing management and all other activities of the project. The involvement of all Islamic religious sect leaders is for harmonization in order to get the participation of all Muslims and for the acceptability and benefit of all Muslim poor and needy. The investment in the mall project or any verifiable viable investment is a means of sustaining this hospital project. A reliable internal and external audit system is for checks and balances, which is really required, and then to ensure a kind of sense of responsibility to the participants in ensuring the enforcement of the project. And the model could be used as a valid means for methodology for the policy makers, WACF managers, fintech practitioners, and the public in need of healthcare services in meeting the needs of the poor in the society. There is need for future research in areas of long-term sustainability and responsibility and application could replicate the studies in other areas other than the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Aisha, for remaining within the time. This is a potentially useful research, how to use crowdfunding for financing hospitals. There are certain questions that can be raised, and in your future research, maybe you can focus on that, the paper is about crowdfunding, but you have talked very little about the crowdfunding itself. Crowdfunding has been used as a just a suggestion. The issues, there are many issues in that does the law in the country allows for crowdfunding? What are the financial laws for this management? Because such hospital projects require certain threshold of funding. So what guarantees you are going to put into to provide that? And lastly, the same question that I raised against all the other presenters, there is a good model that for hospital, you are presenting two aspects. One is hospital, another is a commercial plaza, which will generate the financing. But there is a need for separation of decision-making process between the two, because things get confused. And whether we are going to use the rules versus discretion, whether the board will decide on their own or we have to decide upfront that how the money will be allocated. So these are the questions that are of practical relevance. Wherever we use commercial aspect with Waqf. So think on that and we will return if we have time. So our last presenter today is Dr. Mehmet Bulut.
Thank you.
From Turkey. Every one of you know him. He will be talking about Osman Waqf-based Western European interest-based financial systems, the comparative overview from 1450 to 1900. Dr. Mehmet Bulut, it's your turn. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salman. I would like to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all the participants, presenters, and followers from all of the world to us. As you know, I made a keynote speech in this conference on Monday in the afternoon as a first keynote. I made this presentation there, and now I don't want to take your time more, just I will make a summary on the issue and maybe some critical but very limited points for the topic, and then I will give the time for the discussion to the other presenters. My topic is relating to the Waqf, Ottoman Waqf-based financial system and the Western European interest-based financial system. What is the importance of the issue? As you know, I explained in my keynote, but now, as you know, in the economy, there are two main sectors today. The first one is private sector, and the second one is public sector. In private sector, especially modern capitalist system is based on private sector, you know, and socialist system is based on public sector. In Islam, as you know, public sector, private sector is very active in both sides, and there is a balance. In addition to this sector, there is also Waqf sector as a third one. In the present world, again, there is a Waqf sector in the world. They called, you know, philanthropy in the Western world, and it's very common. So when we look at our heritage, the importance of Ottoman heritage is crucial in this respect. Of course, before the Ottomans, we have huge, very rich heritage civilization on Islamic economy and finance. But the importance of Ottomans is, you know, when this interest-based system was established and in construction in the Western European world, starting from 16th century onwards, at the same time, the Ottomans, as the representative, maybe the most extended Islamic empire at that time in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in the center of Eastern crescent, as you know, these people of the Ottomans, they do not follow the model of the modern capitalist interest-based system. For financing economy, they established a Waqf-based system. Of course, they were using, you know, Islamic financial instruments in public sector, as it is known in their agriculture sector. There was a timar system first, then they transformed it to iltizam system, we called in 17th century. It is a financial system, and it is very critical. Then in 18th century, they established an esham system. Esham is, you know, the first original sukuk model in the present day we are using in public sector. In private sector, they were, using the Karza Hasan, Mudaraba, Mushareke, Muzara. There are so many, partnership models in Ottomans. But for financing the economy, for the Muslims, credit is, limited in Islamic world. And most Muslim business person are doing business without using credit, Our history is mostly, not based on credit system. It is based on partnership models, as you know. But when the Europeans started to expand this new system based on credit, as you know from the financial history, and it is very important, started to expand from the 16th century, it is based on new determination of economic actor to homo economicus, a new determination of human being in economy as homo economicus, This new economic actor is focused on maximization of, utility, maximization of profit, etc. But, and they need as much as possible in every aspect. So, and they started to exploit a lot of sources from American continent, Africa, and Asia. This is another issue. So at the same time, the Ottomans do not establish these conventional banks with interest, but they established these cash vaults. As far as we know till today, the Ottomans are the first introducers of this cash vault system. There are some maybe similar models, but based on this vakf model, the Ottoman civilization can be accepted as a vakf civilization. In 18th century, when we look at the economy, more than 30% of economy is based on the vakf. Vakf has huge and in a kind of a balanced sector in the economy. It's very crucial. But in private sector, as financing these private partnership models, private business models, private, entrepreneurships, we have seen that in the beginning, these cash vaults first financed the cultural, religious, and educational institutions. The cash vaults first appeared in Ottoman Europe, in European side, for financing the madrasa, the education system, the mosques, the masjids, the service to this kind of institution. But then they extended these institutions to financing the economy. And we have seen that for sustainability and for the balance in a long term, sustainability, balance in the economy is, in Ottoman society was very crucial. And these institutions played very crucial role in this respect. So with my team, with 20 scholars and PhD students, we worked on this project nearby 10 years in Ottoman archives. And we prepared 12 volumes. Here you will see, and this is the volumes we published. In these volumes, the first volume is the summary of the project. We published this summary as a book in 3 different languages, in Turkish, in English, and in Arabic, 200 pages. And for all documents, nearby 1,000 archival contracts, registers, vakfiya, in the Ottoman archives. We translated to modern Turkish with original documents we published. In addition to this, we also prepared abstract in 3 languages for all documents in these 12 volumes: English, Arabic, and Turkish. What consists in this abstract? What you can find if you want to make more research on this heritage, you will find in all this abstract who established the WACF, who is the establisher. Then you will find how much money he made a WACF or he made a donation, and what is the rate of muraba, we called RIB, or profit rate, in using this credit as a credit, and for what kind of services he made this donation. In 3 languages, you will find this very critical. There are some more information, but as the last point, I have 2 minutes, I am finishing. It was abstract, but unfortunately, when we start to speak about this issue, the time is, not enough every time. When you read a waqfiyya, what you can find, you first can find how a Muslim human being is looking for to the world, to dunya, to the goods, to the services, to the economy, to the society. And what is the importance of this dunya for them? So they accept all the things as amana, and they, in all documents, you are facing with a kind of, I would say, very different human being than Homo economicus. So, as you know, human being is the main actor in economic and social life. So, as Muslims today, we need to reconstruct a new paradigm in economy. We, as you know, all the books of economy start with the needs of human being is unlimited, but the sources or resources are limited. This concept is unacceptable for a Muslim, Our desires can be unlimited as we have the nafs, If a human being is on the level of nafsi ammara, there are nafs levels in the Quran, nafsi ammara, nafsi lawwama, nafsi mujrima, nafsi laima, nafsi mutmainna, these levels are very critical. If a person is nafsi ammara, his desires and his needs can be unlimited. So we have to think and start from this point, and we need to construct a new economic paradigm based on our human being explanation of our heritage. So this heritage is crucial. So just 100 years ago, till the beginning of the 20th century, we collected all the data just 100 years ago. When you read any document, you are feeling they were very different than us, the Ottoman ordinary people. So there are really very good, lessons from these documents. You can read them in Arabic, you can read them in English, and original documents are in Arabic letters. Some of them are also in Arabic, but most of them are in Turkish. But please keep in mind, do not forget, Ottoman Turkish is half Arabic, half, or 25% is Persian. As you know, kalem, kitab, defter, medrese, mekteb, all these the Ottoman words, and they are Arabic. So if you would like to, know more about Ottoman cash box, and make comparison with the Western system, you can, try to reach these documents. And I hope it will be a kind of sadaqah jariyah for all of us. And thank you so much for giving this time. Unfortunately, I passed 15 minutes. It was a summary, but thank you so much for your understanding. And
thank you very much, Professor Bulut. And I would like to thank all the presenters from Bahrain, Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, and all the audience who are joining us from different places. So in case we exceed a little bit of time, I would now like to open the floor to the presenters. You can open your mics, and if you like to comment on the questions that I raise, it is free. We can have a discussion for 2-3 minutes, and then we close the session. So Mr. Zakhiri, or Sister Farooqa, or Sister Aisha, or Brother Hisham Maroof, anyone who wants to talk, just please open your microphone, and you have to be very precise. And the question that I raise, if you can answer those, that will be much beneficial, because it is easy to create a waqf, but when we talk about commercialization versus social good, you have to balance, and that balance becomes difficult as we progress. So what measures we are going to put into that? Please go ahead. I see the Sister Aisha's microphone is muted, not unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I think based on my own questions, the few ones that I'll be able to explain now are this. The first is on in Nigeria, we have this issue of no work of laws at all. Like, we don't have work of laws, so it's just left for a federal law. No, in the constitution, it's only the states, few state governments, like 2 or 3, that have state laws. So based on that, if a waqf is actually intended to be established, you could just either go for making it incorporate it. It's the easiest way to go about it. So I think that's what I will be able to say. And the separation, actually, it will be separated. And maybe I'll have to work on the model more to make actual demarcation between the two, the sustainable aspect, the investment aspect, and also the project.
Okay, thank you. So I will give turn now to Brother Hisham Maroof. If you want to add anything, please open your microphone. Your microphone is off.
All right.
Yes.
The question you raised, Professor, about measuring social impact, this is very relevant. Actually, in a complex environment where there is interaction of human, social, and economic factors, I don't think there is a system that can, exactly measure, that in figures. But we can, measure the impact by, in sections. We know, for instance, okay, how many job opportunities were created, how many people we have fed, how many people we have educated, how many students, and how many. The quality of the nourishment they receive, that may be a little bit difficult to measure. The amount of education that they have absorbed may be difficult to measure. So there are certain things we can measure. The other things we can just really sense, we can feel. And this is where this difficulty comes when we are measuring impact. This is my issue on this, but there are, of course, many theories and many applications how these impacts can be measured, but a lot of it, a lot of these measurements still are subjective to a large extent.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now give turn to Mr. Zakhiri. If sorry, I think
Wakaf institution need to enhance their what we call their skills and performance. And how to measure the impact and whatnot, I think we need to have basically establish specific indicators, tools and measurement, how to measure. And perhaps we see basically Wakaf is basically for non-profit organization. I believe in the past so many literatures shows to us how non-profit organizations measure the impact performance. I think it has close similarity with Wakaf institutions, Wakaf model and whatnot. The third one is that I think Wakaf is basically our system. It's not Western systems. We need to, make Wakaf as a part of our system. So, for example, in hospital, for example, we need to have certain avenues where the general public can mobilize the social capital in that particular sectors. So there should be certain avenues, and the Wakaf should be the platform in at the ministerial level, at the village level, at every spectrum, because it's a part of us. Wakaf basically is a part of us until the Western powers negate the powers of Wakaf. So, for example, in Malaysia, those days before the coming of British, Wakaf is a part of our system. But after the British colonial and whatnot, is Wakaf is not at the federal level, and the constitution, the law has been mobilized to downgrade the Wakaf system itself. So what we need to do basically to make sure that Wakaf will be is a part of our system. It should be in every sectors, whether it is public or private. That is basically my general comment for it.
okay, thank you very much. I would like to give turn to Sister Farouqa if she wants to, or answer any of the questions that I raised, or you can say something else.
Also, in my opinion, Wakaf basically is a social. So that's why in Indonesia, Wakaf for commercial or not social activities is not accepted by many people in Indonesia. So that's why the concept of productive Wakaf, such as like mine for housing business, not easily can be implemented in Indonesia. But we can balance with the social purpose and the economic for profit. As I explained in my presentation in Dompet Du'afa, as one of my case study, is around from 40%. 40% from the profit is allocated for the beneficiaries. So in here, in this company, in this agency, put all together the benefits from all the Wakaf, all the productive Wakaf, and then utilize for many welfare, community welfare programs. So I think with the profit, and only although it's a commercial, there's also the social itself. Maintained like that. I think it's enough for me. If you understand what.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is good. That the reason I'm raising this question is because I have seen that and I will come to Dr. Bulut later to ask that how in the historical documents did you get anything that when a commercial aspect and the social aspect was combined, then how they were able to separate the two decision making. Because it is possible that what happens right now is that there is an investment wing of the Waqf and there is a social wing of the Waqf. So investment wing would like to invest in a manner that is optimal, which will take away, they will say that let's invest now, let's generate the revenue, we will invest later in the social good. And this delegates, this beats the whole purpose. So there needs to be a balance, and how historically that balance was maintained. So Dr. Bull, if you have any information on that.
So this is very good question, Dr. Salman. Thank you so much for asking this question. The main difference maybe from the present financing system in Islamic banking or the interest-free system is this. When we look at the Ottoman cash voucher system, it is both social and economic, as you stated. Social finance, as I mentioned before, education, cultural institutions, hospitals. There are so many social business, they are financing that issue, getting revenue from the finance, from entrepreneurs, and they are transferring this profit to these social services, for continuation in a long term, for madrasas, for the other issues. But another critical issue is the main aim is not the profit, but it is the utility, social utility, as you know. But if you just focus on the economic aims or the profit, like the present time of Homo economicus, so you can, miss some things. In Ottoman side, businessmen also using this credit to make profit, but they are also supporting this social aims, in the society. So that means social finance is very critical issue in the Waqf mentality, and social finance is not just, in addition to Waqf, we have also some other institutions, but social finance is very crucial in this respect. And again, the main difference comparing to the capitalist, the conventional system, the present time, and I think we again need to rethinking and reviewing, reconstructing again the financing system in social and economic aims. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Not exceeding the time, we have covered 5 papers. One was how to support SMEs through Waqf and how Waqf can support SMEs. The second one was looking at the viable and effective Waqf model for development of commercialization of Waqf properties. The third paper talked about Waqf development in Indonesia for housing projects using the analytical approach, the network analytic approach to find the issues. And they found that awareness and strategizing, these 2 things are important. Then we looked into possibility of crowdfunding for hospital financing through Waqf. And then we also looked at the Osman Waqf-based comparison between Western and Osman Waqaf, that how they were similar and different. So I hope that for the audience, this session would have been very useful. This is our hope. And I again thank all the authors and all the audience who joined us in this session 10B on the 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Fi amanillah. Thank you so much.
Islamic economics is the collection of rules, values and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. These rules and standards are based on the Islamic order as recognized in the Quran and Sunnah and the corpus of jurisprudence which was developed over the last 1400 years by thousands of jurists and academicians responding to the changing circumstances and evolving life of Muslims all over the globe. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance is the world's largest organization that enables its quest to be conducted in an academic environment. The International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance series have started in 1976. This series are considered among the most prestigious academic events in the field of Islamic economics and finance. In the last 45 years, significant contributions to both theory and practice of contemporary Islamic economics and finance have been realized through research and intellectual dialogue. It was held in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, and organized by the King Abdulaziz University. It was organized by International Islamic University, and participants came together in Islamabad, Pakistan. The conference moved into a different continent and held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The organizer was International Islamic University, Malaysia. Fourth conference was held in Loughborough, United Kingdom, and for the first time, it was being officially recognized by Western academic world. The name of the conference series has been changed, and it became International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance. Fifth conference, with its new name, was held in Bahrain by the Organization of Bahrain University. It was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, and jointly organized by Indonesian Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Indonesia. By the seventh conference, a new session has been included. Hereupon, an Islamic Economics and Finance Education Symposium during the conference has been held as well. The organizer of the seventh conference was King Abdulaziz University, and it took place in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Eighth conference was the beginning of a new trend because more than 100 papers presented during the conference. It was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries and held in Doha, Qatar. Similar to 8th conference, 9th conference was one of the most productive events in the history of the series. In total, these two conferences have produced 5 English volumes and 2 Arabic volumes of the papers presented. 9th conference was held in Istanbul, Turkey, and organized by the Statistical, Economic and Social Research and Training Center for Islamic Countries. After 2 years, Doha became the host of the conference again. 10th conference was jointly organized by Qatar Faculty of Islamic Studies and Economic and Social Research and Training Center of Islamic Countries. The final stop of the series was Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and International Islamic University, Malaysia, with Islamic Research and Training Institute and International Association for Islamic Economics undertook the organization. There are some cities that can welcome all in its rich culture and heritage. It can unite continents, oceans, roads, and give life to business. Even at the age of 8,500, they continue to inspire the world. Istanbul is one such city, the seat of 3 great empires, a city that embraces 2 continents and welcomes the sea at its heart. Istanbul is the only city to maintain its stance as an economic center in every period of history. Currently, Istanbul is standing out as the major economic center of the country with a GNP share of approximately 23%. Almost all the headquarters of insurance, leasing, factoring companies, and private finance firms are based in Istanbul. The Istanbul Stock Exchange, established as a free zone, is rapidly rising as one of the significant markets of the world. This great historical city is redefining itself as international finance, real estate, and tourism destination. In phase with previous conferences held in different parts of the world, and organized by esteemed institutions. For the second time, the conference is taking place in Istanbul, Turkey, under the theme Sustainable Development for Real Economy. 12th Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance will provide a platform for dialogue and discussions between policymakers, academicians, researchers, graduate students, and practitioners to address the problems of sustainable development in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era from the perspective of Islamic economics and finance. It has been jointly organized by Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Islamic Research and Training Institute, International Association for Islamic Economics, Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Participation Banks Association of Turkey. Finally, we would like to express our thanks to each author of 132 papers that will be presented during the conference. Welcome to 12th International Conference on Islamic Economics and Finance.